Click Clack Math Rocks. Hello everybody, welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern, where we discuss the promiscuous situation if you wake up and all you have is socks. And what kind of socks would Mongo wear? Walk in? Wow, multiple sentences go in there.
He may have his own built-in socks, so he'd be completely naked.
Why are you thinking my character naked, dude? That's a little weird, Hud.
Yeah, that's a little strange there with you're only wearing socks too. Don't throw stones in the sock house.
Because then you may get those stones back in a sock at high velocity.
Terminal sock velocity. So, we don't really have any announcements tonight. We are going to be go ahead and jumping into a recap. Outside of that, yeah, we're just chugging right along and working our way up to episode 100.
What number are we at now?
57.
57.
Not really. We just passed our 50th 7 weeks ago.
No, 8 weeks ago we took a week off.
That's right, we did. Yeah, we took 1 day off for the holidays.
Such a slave driver. No, we should take more time off.
Nope. This train keeps on going, whether we want to or not. So, yeah. Where did we leave off last session?
Milam getting Nikolai in trouble by stealing a ticket.
That's right. That's exactly where we left off at.
Yeah. Scavard, would you like to recount what you have done in the last sessions?
In the last session, Scavard went on a little personal quest where he spent some time in the temple, learning a little bit more about the deities of the realm.
Really? I thought you were just lighting candles.
And proceeded to spend an entire day lighting candles.
Oh, lighting candles, right.
Hey, at least it's not 13 candles.
No, apparently it was like 600.
It was like 600 and something. I don't remember.
And then a goblin said, fuck
666
your candles, and started blowing them out. Is that all you did last session?
Pretty much.
I'm pretty sure you spent a little bit of time with...
I did spend some time with Kippa and learned a little bit more about Essenpress. Aside from that, the majority of the time was spent lighting candles.
Alright. Nikolai,
Yeah.
was your last session a little bit more eventful than lighting a bunch of candles?
Yeah. Got to meet his sister. Got to cook a dinner for his entire family with his sister.
I'm told he was doing it wrong.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, because I was, making little, subtle changes in recipe because probably didn't have that thing or something like that. Yeah, from their mother's cookbook. That was kind of cool. Also stopped Milam from burning down the house. Then I guess started working on discovering what that treasure map for the house was pointing to, and Ace almost threw him through the roof again. And then all I really remember then is moving to go to the swap meet thing in the gray market, and that's where we ended.
And your sister in a very questionable situation with you in a line.
Yeah, don't know exactly how he's going to handle that yet.
Well, start thinking about it.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Mongo, how did your trip around the city go?
I met a red dragon born. Motherfucker.
Probably.
Tried to go to the fucking alchemy supply store and was promptly asked to leave because the fucker never heard of Munchkin's backsies before. and he thought Mongo was just a child.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Look, he may be childish, but he's totally of age to go into the fucking shop. Of course, he asked for a little bit of help from Humphrey, who decided to play along with the Dragonborn. I should have seen that coming. That's on me. Decided to solve the problem by going all the way up to the capital, or to the top tier, to go visit Coin. His regent got denied and had to set an appointment. So decided, fine, fucking go meander around for a while. Bumped into Cayenne and Alufa, and Alufa then reminded him that she could totally help him with the ID problem after she made him ask nicely, which he did. Found out Sunny had to help pay off some of the bullshit debt that fucking organization cooked up. She had to sell a kidney.
At least.
Yeah. And then in the competition of who had it worst between Sunny and Osling, Osling conceded, which is kind of fucking saying something. And then, yeah. Oh, got an interesting new necktie from Sermir, who clearly had fun convincing the very well-dressed orc to never come around Sunny again. And by new necktie, I mean some of his entrails tied in a knot around his neck. Not tightly.
Still don't know if they were from the lower or the upper intestines.
Yeah, kind of didn't ask. But the conversation of he may have to have like a bag of holding just for the yucky things.
Yeah,
kinda came
you
up.
already have a yuck pocket because of your sister.
Yeah, I was trying to prestidigitate that as she was barfing.
Dude, there's only so much you can stop when it's just basically just a continuous, like,
A rainbow of disgusting coming out of somebody's
It'd be
mouth.
funny someday where like he totally forgets about this and just starts frantically going through his pockets and just
Oh, good. Stale sister horror.
It's like a scene out of, like, a Sam Raimi movie of just continuous vomit for a gratuitous amount of time.
Yeah. Yeah. Rainbow colored because, Munchkin backsies.
Or is she just changing the air into random elements as it's happening?
There's that too.
She gets drunk, loses control of her power, and starts just randomly transmuting things.
Oh god. That could be fucking amazing and also structurally very unsound.
The tavern is now Jello.
That'd be very concerning.
How
Very
much,
concerning.
like, before somebody gets crushed to death, how much jello does that require? Why am I asking that of all the fucking questions? That,
You trying to swim in
Okay.
Jello?
no. But, Osling, oh yeah, she was barfing because Mongo showed Sunny the mural of their parents. And then during dinner, which Nikolai was kind enough to cook up and argue about with his sister, Osling determined that she would actually kind of hang back and help run the day-to-day operations of the kiln of something? Fire? Yeah. That part of the country.
He doesn't even know where he's from.
Yeah. It's relatively new.
You mean the Hellgate Mountains?
Yeah.
that.
Or is Nikolai from the kiln?
Kiln Pass is Nikolai's family.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I
And
have
your
that
Briar
here.
Perch Pass.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, this fucker forgot the whole note about going to Noodle and being like, hey, you got some
I
stones I,
was
can
just
play
about
with?
to bring that up. Like, hey, we forgot.
Yeah,
about
he,
something.
Yeah, he wanted to go over and play with Noodle's stones.
Yeah.
He
Well,
went to
he, did,
your
he at
noodle.
least asked.
I mean, he went over to your Noodle and he was like, hey, can I play with your stones?
White guy.
Yeah, he wanted to try to come up with something.
Oh, come up
Got
with
like a-
something.
Magical map.
You did not create a magical map. That was her parents.
Noodle had a magical map.
Yeah. Okay, so what had happened is Scav went to Noodle, asked for a couple of pretty rocks, which Noodle kindly helped out with, like a ruby, a sapphire, and one that turned out to be a magical map. And then through very difficult conversation,
Scabbard still wanted to turn it into something.
yeah, it's like, oh, I'll just add a little bit of different magic to it. What could go wrong? Everything is the answer. Which he still doesn't fucking understand by the look in his eye.
It wasn't going to be magical. It was just gonna
You said magical!
No
Okay,
fighting,
children. Anyway,
Here's that marshmallow crossbow.
what else happened there, bud? Pitter patter.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got things to do, man.
yeah. And then after hearing that Osling was going to hang back and kind of run things, Sunny decided she was going to do the same. And Mongo tried to tell her how proud she was, but she wasn't really having it.
Yeah, your sister's a bit of piece of work. First, she almost walked out on the whole meeting,
Yeah.
and then basically was like, "No, those are your parents." And then the little breadcrumbs of how terrible her life actually is, and yeah, she still puts on a smiley face.
Yeah. And Mongo's just taking notes. Has an entire journal dedicated into all the different ways to end the problem with the organization
Yeah,
that caused it.
I think that about covers everything for you. Cayenne, what mischief did you get up to?
I forgot one thing. Alufa explained how her subclass of wizard works.
It's not really a subclass, bud.
Well, her style of
Her
wizarding.
class of wizardry.
Anne didn't really get into too much trouble. It's more or less that she tried to do her own thing, learned. Aside from learning that her lady is an infernal goddess, after spending time in the temple and then doing what needed to be done with signing of paperwork to establish titles in the most bloody way possible.
I just had it from a different number.
Cayenne was told by Osling that she would be staying behind while Cayenne adventured. Cayenne didn't really do much aside from wander around the city, really. She didn't really go anywhere or do anything aside from the Druid Circle. And she did get a crow.
Yeah.
She got basically the inverted version of her sister's crow, Id. Which right now, Cayenne's crow doesn't really have a name. But it is solid white and has a missing eye on the opposite side of the body versus Id.
You visited the Hunters Guild as well.
Yes, I did learn. I did learn about Eric's job. What he did. He mostly dealt with things that went bump in the night. Werewolves being his specialty. Being lycanthrope. Same with the Archdruidess in the Middle Druid Circle. She is basically being taken care of by Eric, being guided on how to control things, in a sense.
Yeah.
But he gave Cayenne some information on blood hunters and definitely piqued her interest into what that would be like.
The more macabre.
Oh, yeah.
And you also picked up a single contract from the Hunters Guild
For dreadbats?
dreadbats.
Yes.
They thin out their hordes, whatever you want to refer to them as. and possibly bring back organs from them, their glands specifically.
Thinning the swarm.
Yeah, and then you also hunt around with
That's what
the loofah
it
for a
is.
little bit.
For a little bit. Just chilled and talked about some things. Letting her know that didn't really understand all this royalty anything.
Yep, and it's a lot for you guys to take in, the whole royalty aspect.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're lucky you have siblings essentially to step in and alleviate some of that from you. At this point, you guys can probably gather that your parents were always on the move. That at least you have siblings that can step in and help, whereas it was Ithos that basically handled all of it with her advisors.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of which, that big ass sword that we found on the wall.
Her sword. We're gonna go ahead and pick up where I need you to each roll a Constitution check. Yep. Let's see. I need to roll.
Let's see. Am I going to do good this time?
I need to roll a
That-
lot.
A 13?
Okay.
23.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dice.
I don't know what the DC is, but I'm pretty sure Mongo's fucked.
All right.
13.
4.
4.
Oh.
14.
23.
Oh, I'm the
23.
only one in single digits.
Holy shit! He actually rolled high on this for once.
Notorious for getting bad constitutions.
Well, if it has to do with alcohol, shouldn't he be
Jenner,
rolling
no.
a disadvantage since
Jenner,
he's
Stop it.
allergic?
Depends on the alcohol
Well, that's
and
true.
whose budget it's coming out of.
Why do you say things to hurt me?
So, you guys once again find yourself at the end of another long binger.
Wait a minute, I was in the line.
Except for you, yeah.
It
You're,
was like, wait, what happened here?
I'll get to you guys in a moment. I need to finish up what he's doing. I completely spaced that. But you'll find yourself at the end of a binger in a moment.
Why do I blame Coin for this?
You're in the line with your sister there with the realization of what she had done.
Okay.
And you see another person looking around peculiarly and looking at their ticket like wondering what happened to it.
Okay. So, what do I know as far as the rules as, like, how wrong this is?
Do a wisdom for me, bud.
Wisdom, 19.
19? This is a pretty fucked situation that can go foobar very quickly if not handled.
Okay. Do I see one of the gray cloaks around?
It's easy enough to spot them.
Okay. Do I see any of the guards around?
There's really no guards down
Okay.
here. They have a post down here like the Grey Cloaks do above,
Uh-huh.
but they don't leave the post very much.
Okay. Do I know of some way to, because of instructions, like if I need help in the city, like to signal them or something like that?
You can literally just scream or flail or be like, "Hey, Grey Cloak!"
Yeah.
There's no protocol
Or
for.
there's no protocol, like a special way for the royals to do it or anything like that? Okay.
Literally look like a child, like you're in danger.
Yeah, I'll go. Hey.
This Myconid Grey Cloak turns around and just, huh?
Hi.
They come over to you and they're like, "What you need stabbing?"
Don't need anything stabbed.
I
Need
know.
help.
They're like,
I just need help.
put their dagger away.
I'm sorry. So my sister here did something that she shouldn't have done, and I need help correcting that.
Stabbing
No,
works.
no. That gentleman over there. Somehow we swapped our tickets. She pulled it off, looking at her with a scowl. How do we correct this without
Your sister's
causing
like-
a scene?
They just take the ticket from you, walk over.
Okay.
They talk to the person.
Okay.
It's not really so much as talking as they see the Grey Cloak come over and you see a moment of panic on their face. They just yank the ticket and they're like, and they turn almost pale, like they're in trouble for something. And they hand them the right ticket and they walk back to you and give you the other ticket.
Okay.
And they hold out their little mic-knit hand.
I look over here. You got any money on you, sister? You did this.
She reaches and she starts taking things out of her pockets and putting them back in like she's looking for something.
Uh-huh.
And you see her just pulling out like some tools. You see her pull out a stick of dynamite. And she finally reaches out and she pulls out a coin and it looks different than the ones you have.
Okay.
There's a ring and then there's there are like little spindles that come off to the outer ring.
Huh, interesting.
And she holds it out to the Grey Cloak. The Grey Cloak takes it and just looks at taps it on the ground. Turns around and waddles off.
Don't do that. We can wait. As long as...
Do you know what your number actually is?
Well, now I'll look at it.
You look at it.
I
Okay.
thought it was 52 last episode.
Oh my god, you might actually be right.
I don't remember.
She is sharp with D&D. Yeah, we'll go with that. 52.
Okay.
And you see, you hear like on a, like almost like a very rudimentary like loudspeaker, like someone's just speaking into a microphone.
A little megaphone cone.
Number 4. "20 minutes go by. Number 7. It's like being in a line for DMV.
Uh-huh. Okay. Wait. Why'd you do that?
She's like, you would have been a lot quicker.
Yeah, I know, but that's just wrong.
She takes out some
Are you a
cord.
little thief?
Just quicker of utility to get to the process in which we need to do so that we can carry on with the other things that we need to do.
Are there any like little merchant like food vendors or something out in the area, the waiting area, I guess, or anything like that?
Further away, but you do see a sign posted there that if you leave the line, you will forfeit your position, even if you have a number.
Oh, well, fuck that then. So, just take the time and tell me more about yourself and what you're doing. Like, you were helping your city. What's the name of your city?
Oh,
Like, what's your position and what are you doing? What's your title?
That's a lot of queries all at once there from you, and she has a piece of cord out, and you can see her like taking up like pellets of gunpowder, and she has like a thicker cord in the middle.
Okay.
She put down a pellet, roll the cord over, put down a pellet, roll the cord over, like she's making a special customized explosive cord.
Okay.
She's gonna be so handy to have around. We need to keep her.
She's handy. Let's keep her. Let me grab
How
that.
many times is that usually like the situation calls for blowing shit up?
Let me grab that information
Yeah,
for you.
I mean, I guess.
I have one question for the table here, and it's a note that I have posted here that I really have questions about.
Uh-oh, what'd you do?
What did you do?
It's a location here in the capital city simply called the Moist Crest. And I don't know what it was in reference to. And I'm looking at this note going like,
I remember you saying
do
that,
remember
but I don't
saying
remember
that.
why.
yeah,
I think it was a joke.
Was it a location that was more toward like the sea or something?
That's
Like
right.
near
I
the
think
docks?
I think it was near the docks. Yeah.
Why do I hear just like a different rendition of what do
'Cause
you
that's
do with
the-
a drunken sailor? What do you do with
That-
a drunken DM?
That's like legit the only thing that makes sense to me. It's like a general store tavern meshed together all in one thing that looks like a shipwrecked boat.
Yeah, because I literally spent half an hour going through all my notes that I have, and I just have this one that says the Moist Crest Casil, and I'm like, Where the fuck do you belong? Where's your home?
Why do you belong?
Literally the only thing that makes sense in my brain for
I
that
will go
title.
with that because you guys haven't been down there yet.
Wait a second. Who are you?
Why are you? Your sister looks at you, and she's like, okay,
It's pretty great.
I'm from Pymera.
Pymera?
Mm-hmm.
Like P-I-P-Y-M-E-R-A.
P-Y-M-E-R-A.
Okay. Okay.
She's like, so, have you ever heard of a thing called, it goes by many titles. A World Ender, a World Reshaper, or as some people in the Far East call it, a Kaiju.
No.
They're
Have I ever heard of the word kaiju?
wisdom.
It was like, I don't remember this ever being a
People in
conversation.
the Far East.
I love it.
11.
You're just, you have like question marks above your head at this point, like, what?
No, I've never heard these words. They don't sound good if they're related to the same thing.
Well, there's also the smallest kind called a Tarrasque.
Okay.
Terrible, foul creature.
Yeah, you've mentioned that one before.
Yes.
Like you were working on something to deal with them.
Yes.
Okay.
Essentially, we are part of a group of individuals with a certain skill set that are designing weapons to defend against said things.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Where's Pymera?
Across the sea. It's about a 10. Where are we?
What is the name of this continent again?
So, she's a weapons designer specializing
Did we
in
ever get a name for
weapons
this
mass
continent?
destruction.
A kaiju
Not a
executioner.
name for a continent, but we're in Casil.
Actually, I don't think we ever did get a name. of the
Yes, you
continent.
did.
Of the continent?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this
I'm
is
pretty sure the
Casil,
continent's name is something I can't spell.
the capital of
The continent of Valeri.
Valeri. It
Yes.
actually sounds familiar.
It is what you got at the very start of the game. And it should have been one of your big notes there.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see it. Well, maybe if I stop and just read all my notes, I would see it.
Probably.
This is the continent of Valeri. This is Casil, the capital city on the continent of Valeri.
Okay.
Do you know where you're at in relation to where you're from?
She grabs a stick and starts doing equations in the dirt.
Okay.
She's like, far from home.
Far from home? Like,
Probably at least a 5-month travel by airship.
the world's that big?
You're like, pop.
Jesus.
You're like, oh god. But my home continent, we were basically, it's, the capital city is in the remains of one of these ancient creatures, and all the buildings and everything are just within its ribs and other things, and our
That
entire
sounds-
culture focuses around understanding and the prevention of this from happening if it comes to another fall because of them.
So these things are ginormous?
Well, it's because this city is, one would probably destroy it within a few hours without the proper defenses.
You know. So let me tell you how the biggest thing I saw. We were out in the forest.
She pulls out a measuring tape and checks your height, puts it back.
We were out, we were out in the forest dealing with Cayenne's little problem that she wanted us, or that we were helping her with. And at one time, we literally saw an entire mountain get up and move, leaving a hole in the ground.
Oh, they're bigger than that.
They're bigger than that.
They literally darken out the sky, and they can bring their own weather with them.
Wow. That's insane.
Tom's shitting bricks over there.
They're bigger than that thing. Alrighty.
Why do I just feel this is foreshadowing?
So, like,
Coming
are you
fight.
part of, like, some type of organization that does this? Like, a company? Or is it just a position as, like a city employee? Or...
It's basically the defense team for the royal family.
Oh, that's awesome. Were you the boss?
I was the weapons specialist, so I might as well have been the boss.
Awesome. And literally just idle talk until we get to go to the swap meet.
High or low, Nate?
Hi.
Okay. I love that. I just rolled an eye, and the moment you say that, it's just like, it landed on a number.
Yep.
So, you guys are idly talking back and forth, and you get to the gate before you get there, and you see some guards standing there that are specifically for the market.
Okay.
And you see this gruff dwarf walk up, kind of like, a bit sweaty, measly, well-fed, oily, gross kind of guy. And he walks up to where the guards are, and he closes the gates, and he puts a sign there that says closed for the day.
Really?
He's like, I just feel like closing right now. We've done plenty of business. Come back tomorrow.
Do I
He
get to
walks
keep
off.
my number?
He walks back. How much you willing to pay for it?
How close is it to my number from the last call?
You look up. It is literally the next number.
Oh. Had a blue ball Nikolai.
I'm willing to pay.
He looks at the number. 50 silver pieces.
50 silver. And you'll start with this you'll start in this order, right?
Your sister walks forward and she's like, and she gets she's kind of working on something.
Mm-hmm.
And the guards are watching her because she's like fucking that big. Fuck. She's like,
You're not going to start back over at 1, are you?
she says something and it's in Dwarven.
Okay.
And the dwarf walks over and she's talking back and forth in Dwarven. Not Dwarfen, Dwarven.
Okay.
And the dwarf looks panicked for a moment and he's like, 20 silver and yes.
Excellent. Give him 20 silver.
He's threatening to blow up the whole goddamn place.
And she puts out her hand and the dwarf takes her tiny little hand and shakes it. And you see he's sweating a lot more now. And she's like, let's go, Nikolai.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And he's like, yeah.
As we get far, what did you say?
Oh, it's simple. If I just told him that I asked him what his name was, he gave me his name. I asked what his rank was, he gave me his rank. And I proceeded to tell him that if he didn't actually respect us, that I would report him to the Dwarven Empire, that he's working with dwarves.
Wow. Okay.
Explosions and blackmail.
I knew that he has actually been working with dwarves, and he doesn't want people to know because of the way he looks. He's a traitor to the Empire, and he doesn't want people to know.
Oh. How do you know this?
I got my ways. Cayenne's like, I like this little furball.
Yeah, I've heard some things about the dwarves being kind of less than savory.
There was a dwarven trader within our city that we had to report. They sent an entire platoon and executed him on the spot, and then proceeded to make him not exist anymore. And they also dragged his family out and killed all of them too. The children were exiled.
This was your city did this?
Our city didn't do it. The dwarves came in and did it.
Oh. So a dwarf tried to leave the Dwarven Empire?
Oh no, he was trying to sell their secrets.
Oh, was trying to sell the secrets, and then the Dwarven people came and killed him and exiled his children. Okay, that's pretty fucked up.
They sent an entire platoon in Legion.
Holy smokes.
That M&M is just hanging on. So, jumping forward, you guys awaken, hungover as fuck.
Shit, it's not the next day, is it? We didn't go through a whole day, did we?
And you're the only one, you wake up scavered, and you're the only one that's really coherent out of the group. And you're laying there and you feel stickiness and you panic and you realize you're laying in the middle of like a snow angel of cake, and you remember like you were drinking, you fell over backwards into the cake, and you decided to make a bit of a snow angel and pass out in the middle of doing that.
Okay.
Sit up, look around.
A piece of cake drops from your side of your face.
What the heck is happening?
And you're in this beautiful...
Little horns.
Yeah, as you're cleaning off, you realize you're like in this beautiful mansion. And it's mixed with nature, crystal, other things. You're like, oh god, we're in a very expensive place. And you move a little bit, and you hear Feisty roll over, and this giant piece of crystal falls into the middle of the floor, just shatters across the floor.
That's not good.
Where are we?
And that just instantly wakes up all of you, the loud crash of this, and you wake up with a splitting headache.
Ow.
And the taste of like vomit in your mouth, but it's like curdled milk vomit.
Ah.
Oh, somebody spiked my chalky milk.
Oh. What the heck is going on?
You wake
Curling
up
up in
Diane.
pain. Fucking no.
Sit up, clean myself off, and look around, see where everybody is and relative to where I am.
People are spread throughout the entire house.
Hello?
You hear that from downstairs. You're upstairs and you're in like an attic area. And you move, you're like laying on your side, and you move a little bit, and your hoof like kicks a bottle and it goes skittering across the floor.
Looking for the birds and the crow.
They're all drunk too.
Oh, Jesus, what the hell? What?
Feisty?
Feisty, oh.
Use message to communicate with her. What happened?
What about it?
What did she say?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh,
You can do a wisdom there, Scav. If anyone else wants to try to do a wisdom of piecing together what happened, they can.
Oh, yeah, what does Nikolai see?
You wake up, and you're in a makeshift fort out of cheese.
17.
Does it happen to be the cheese of my cheese wheels?
High or low?
Let's go high, sure.
Yes.
What the hell happened? Is anybody with me?
17.
17?
I got a 10.
18.
18?
What the hell's going on here? No, it can't be 21, so I guess it's a 12. So
Wait, was that a
14.
wisdom save?
Just a wisdom. just
14.
to try and remember what happened. You start to piece together things, each of you at your own pace. For those that rolled below 10, a lot slower, you remember that you had met up with people, and then you had met up with people, and the groups kind of converged together, and between your friends, all the centaurs, plus the nobles, and basically you got the entire group together as a massive party and went out and just hit every single tavern you can find. And eventually ended up back in Alufa's home and finished the party.
Oof.
A rager. Why does it always end in a fucking rager?
Centaurs are dangerous for our health.
And as you're sitting there, the front door opens, and you hear something hit the ground, and you look over, and there's this really beautiful dwarf, and she's like, "Oh my God, what happened?
Your guess is as good as mine.
What is? Oh." She walks past you, ignores you. She's like, "Lady Alufa?" And Alufa's off, like, next to you, and she's got all these bottles around her.
Oh boy.
And she's just snoring.
I will peek out of my cheese fort to see if I can understand what the fuck's going on.
I made this mess. I'm gonna clean it up.
Do a wisdom. So you can try and piece more things together.
14 again?
14?
Mm-hmm.
You remember that as you peek out the thing and you start to try to piece things together, you remember you're trying to, like, reenact and regale the rest of the family and the friends with, like, what your sister does. And you're having the birds act like kaijus attacking your cheese fort, and they're passed out around you. And you have, like, a little cheese catapult made that you and your sister put together. And
Can somebody please fucking draw it? Fucking please.
Great.
It's like, oh, yeah.
It has to be
That's funny.
mismatched cheese if it is.
yep.
I don't care.
Only like
Oh, boy.
grated mozzarella that's like mashed together for the ammo for the catapult,
Yes.
or Parmesan.
Or like a little cheese ball.
Yeah, and while Alufa is snoring, it's like the most adorable thing you've ever heard. It's almost like little bird chirps, like baby bird chirps.
That's an interesting snore.
Yeah, your sister's like, "Oh, what hells did we raise last night?"
From what I remember, we got together with Troyus and Elgris. I think the Sleepy Sloth innkeeper was there too, but I don't remember at all.
Coin's like, "She was there. She drank me under the table, and then I drank her under the table." Because she thought she could outdrink me.
Coin, I have to ask, how do you feel toward her? She's feline as well, but she's also centaur.
That's fine.
It's
That's
fine.
fine.
Everything's fine.
I'm always curious about that. I don't know how tabaxis feel toward felitars.
I have no ill will towards them. They're okay. They're a cat as much as we are. Get them catnip, they react the same way. In fact, she had some really good shit that I smoked.
Oh my god, is Coin fucked up too?
Coin is fucked up. She's
Oh my god.
She got crossfaded.
I didn't
pretty
think that could happen.
I'm pretty sure that you could make a bottle tree with how many bottles are up in the attic between Coin, Alufa, and Cayenne.
And you hear
Perhaps even a chandelier.
and you hear your sister like roll over, and you hear the window break as she kicks it. She's like, "Oh." And Alufa wakes up briefly. It's okay.
Let's get sober.
Who is there with me in this
Spiked coffee, anyone?
this cheese city?
All the birds are there.
Okay, all the birds.
Yeah. And
Shit.
Including the crow that no one else has met yet.
yeah,
Oh, boy.
nobody even paid mind to that crow. They're just like, oh,
Yeah.
cool bird.
It's a white bird. Cool.
All the little mushrooms are passed out with little bits of cheese like peckered around or stuck to their face and on their head and stuff. Like they were nibbling on it because it was starting to go bad. And they're
Who's
like, oh,
the
this is
Who's the
delicious.
most swollen?
Let's see.
Just the player's curious. Who's the most swollen?
Mama Shroom is. She's extra plump.
Stella.
Yep. In fact, she's probably laying there on a bed of fermented boo cheese.
Make some funky fruit.
And yeah, you're just piecing things together, and your hoof kicks an apple, and you can grab it if you want to examine it.
I'll grab it.
Start sprouting mini durians.
And you look at the apple, and it's got like it's wrapped in like a bow, and there's a tag on it. You look at the tag, and it instantly clicks back to you that one of Alufa's family contacts essentially had sent over a gift basket, and their magically infused apples basically they've gotten to the point of where they're can make a horse drunk, but they never rot past that point. And they just get progressively stronger alcohol-wise.
Oh
Are
god.
they gold with like a purple glow on them?
And you're looking around, and you guys ate probably at least 8 of these
Jeez.
between you.
How much is left of this one?
It's actually full.
Okay. I was gonna take like one small bite off of it, kind of a hair of the dog sort of trick, to see if that would help a hangover.
You can grab one of the cores that's laying around. There's some with meat on it.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Find one that was like at least half an apple left, so I could at least take a small like piece off of it.
Yeah, you take that small piece off, you put it in your mouth, you start eating it. It's got a really nice crunch to it, and then it almost like melts like a really fresh watermelon. And at the front, it's like a really nice Honeycrisp apple, but at the very end, it's really tart like a Granny Smith.
I like that.
So it's just me, the birds, and the mushrooms.
Yeah,
Okay.
And-
Where's Millum?
do a perception. This music is perfect for this whole situation.
Be hilarious if Millum was just kind of chilling upside down from like some kind of light fixture or something.
Perception. 18.
18. This music is so goddamn perfect. Oh yeah, and the entire royal table is there as well. They basically missed their morning appointments. And you look around a little bit, and you put two and together, and you look up at one of the chandelier that's kind of dangling a little bit.
Uh-huh.
And Millum, her little arm is hanging off, and you remember that she wanted to test a catapult, and she climbed into it, and you actually pulled the switch on it out of your drunkenness and shot her into the air.
That's funny. Like, how high is the chandelier?
Oh, it's at least like 60 feet up.
Oh, shit.
She'll be fine. She can float.
I was like, she can glide, can't
Probably
she?
lie down, yeah.
Oh god, drunk gliding.
Oh god.
Just going around in a tight circle.
Yeah, you're just like have your arms like this, and it's just really slow descent.
spiraling.
It's like that slow down floating feather.
Oh, and instead of like the smoke trail, it's just a vomit trail.
Oh.
Old water hose cartoon.
Or you see a small little trail of smoke from some little fire that's somewhere that wasn't extinguished.
So you look over and you see the satyr that was at the war table, and they have a bowl in their arm, and they have a whisk, and they're wearing an apron that says "Kiss the Centaur," and they're like, "Oh, Greetings.
Hello. How are you?
Fine. And they go back to making food. And
Are we
they're
like in the dining room or something?
you're in the kitchen.
Oh, okay.
And they turn around, they go back to cooking, and they're just completely naked.
All right.
And just going back to cooking. All they're wearing is an apron.
Alrighty.
That sounds like
Well,
hangover
So
Wake up.
fantasy edition.
player has to ask: is this satyr more goat-like? Because if they're a male, then Nikolai just got an eyeful, and that's hilarious to me.
It's a classic satyr look. You can fill it in however you want. They do have some goat features in their face, and they have little ears, and then like the actual.
So like the Roman
Yeah.
style nose.
Mm-hmm. And they're really cool pupils as well.
The
They just-
horizontal pupils.
Yeah, they just go back to cooking breakfast, making like whatever they're making.
Alright. Do I remember the quality of and the trajectory of the
Oh no.
catapult?
No.
You said it's like 60 feet up? Jesus.
It's a large place because it's designed for a centaur.
Yeah. Hello! Wake up!
And it's actually this beautiful chandelier too. It comes down. It's like vine roots from a tree that come down and curve around, and it's like they're curved around the actual like light fixture pieces themselves.
Okay, it's pretty cool.
And you hear like a sizzle sound. You're like, oh, the centaur's cooking. And you just see, make a reaction for me, please.
Okay. Under what skill? That?
Acrobatics,
Acrobatics?
dexterity.
Ain't a lot. 11.
You look up.
Or acrobatics, then it would be 14.
You're looking around at the sound. You're like, oh, it's just a satyr cooking. Then you look up towards Milam, and you see like this little cherry bomb the size of her hand coming down towards you, and you jump inside the place, and it hits the cheese, and poof!
Really?
Loud enough to be heard.
Yeah. The satyr like turns around.
Willem. Get up!
And now there's like a crater and melted cheese from the explosion.
Oh, she's making fondue.
Wake up!
And she looks down at you. She's got her goggles pulled down. What?
You're on the ceiling in a chandelier.
She looks around. And
Probably shouldn't do that.
I can fly.
Okay,
You-
well then
you
get
can't.
off the chandelier.
Why is that so important?
I don't know, this is somebody's house! And look at this mess we made! We should probably work on cleaning it up.
Yeah, like the entire center section, like the middle part of the table, the island is just covered in all this different kinds of cheese, munchies, all this other stuff. Where do you head to?
I was cleaning up all the cake and all the debris and everything that was everywhere. I made this mess, might as well clean it up.
You're heading downstairs?
I'd be working on trying to get everyone up there sobered up a little bit so we can all go downstairs. Because I'm sure
Okay.
we're all hungry.
Actually roll a survival for me. What about you?
With that splitting headache, just curling the fuck back up, hoping it goes away.
We
Noodle
gotta
comes
go
up.
back to the swap meet.
Noodle comes over to you, holds out like a little bottle of something.
I don't want to drink anymore.
Noodle's like, please roll me a constitution.
Oh, fuck. I don't want to barf on a noodle.
Might be a surf wave at that point.
That would be terrible.
21. Modified.
21? you feel it go down, and you start dry heaving a little bit to the point where you can't throw up, and then you just feel like almost like putting your hand on the flame where it progressively gets hotter, but it's from your tongue all the way down your throat. And you look at the little thing Noodle gave you, and it simply says Milim wake up juice.
Oh no.
Oh god, it's that shit from Back to the Future 3.
And you're realizing it's basically egg, caffeine, and the hottest pepper that she could probably find to instantly wake you up.
Jesus.
And then it's got some sort of magical property where you can't throw up, and you just feel it hit your stomach, like hit everything, just almost like a fusion reaction with everything in your stomach. Your stomach is basically doing flip-flopping, twisting around butterflies all at once.
Oh no.
But you're no longer have that pounding headache.
Well, that's good.
It's replaced just by pure numbness of like pain.
Oh, that's bad.
And some memory of nausea that you can't do anything about.
Noodle just looks at you,
Ow.
and then the heat hits you like it's like if you, Tom, got some of the Diablo sauce from Taco Bell and just squeezed it into your mouth.
Oh, fuck no.
There you go. That's what you're playing with there, bud.
Mongo's gonna start crying.
This picture, just looking at Noodle helplessly, just help.
Your sister comes over and she just blinks a little bit, wiping her eyes away, and she's like, she hands you a cup.
I look at it this time.
It's just a normal glass with liquid in it.
I check the liquid.
How do you check the liquid?
I look at it and smell it.
Doing a survival for me.
Oh, fuck.
Would you even be able to smell? Like, would your sinuses even work?
I don't know, but that's 15.
You take a whiff of this, and it just hits you at once that it's just like there's like a layer floating on the top of this alcohol that it's just like you took a bunch of peppers and you got the oil out of them. And it just singes your nose a little bit and it salts your...
You say this is...
No.
And she's like... And she just downs it. Oh no.
Aren't you gonna barf in my pocket again?
She immediately runs downstairs. And you hear her throw up in the hallway, and you hear someone slip on it and fall. As she goes, and then you hear her tumble down the actual stairs. And you see her come tumbling down the stairs towards you. And she just slides over to the cake and starts shoving it in her mouth and starts eating it and not carry.
Are you okay?
Okay, I guess we're gonna look for something to help with the heat now.
Oh, it's brutal. Your little paw pads and feet pads start sweating uncontrollably, and you just... as it keeps getting hotter and hotter.
Oh, I don't like this. Yeah, yeah. The longer it takes me to find something, the more frantic I'm gonna be getting about it.
It reminds you from the time that when you were back home and you accidentally got sick and you had the flu really bad mixed with a cold.
Ew.
That terrible body heat feeling going through your entire body. But this is concentrated
because I'm a little worried about spontaneous combustion right about now.
fireball centered on your stomach.
Oh.
Not you, your stomach.
So you're able to get everybody awake upstairs, which
There's
is
no good ending
your
to
sister, Alufa, and Coin. And yeah, they're just kind of like, oh God, what did we do?
We went on a bender.
And Alufa's like, I think it was needed, and I don't know how much coin we're gonna have to pay to people so that they forget whatever we did. And Coin's like, you already paid. We all paid. We're all paying right now. And she kind of searches around her pockets a little bit, and she kind of comes over. She drops what looks like in your hand, like a little tic tac almost.
I'll take it.
And she just starts passing them out to everybody upstairs, and she takes like 5 of them and shoves them in her mouth. And
This is how she does it.
you just throw it back.
I'll just throw it back.
She
Yeah.
has a magical "I'm no longer going to be drunk" pill.
You throw it back, and you just instantly feel the effects of restoration.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
And then she immediately picks up one of the bottles, checks it a little bit, and starts drinking.
Why does she have to take 5 of them? Is it that much worse because she's tiny?
And she just comes over and she just hugs your leg very gently and leans on you.
I'll hold back.
And you feel the thump of her forehead.
Or is she just taking them so much that it's not as effective?
And that doesn't
So
have
she
that good
has
of
to
an
take 5 to get anything out of it. Here pretty soon it's going to have to get up to 6.
Maybe she just wanted to make sure. So eventually you guys start wandering back together, and you eventually meet up back in the kitchen. And you come in the kitchen and you see the satyr just stacking pancakes, just ass naked except for the apron.
Morning.
They turn around. Oh, greetings, lady. I've prepared nourishment for the weary adventurers. Feel free to grab what remains of a plate and serve yourself. And the dwarf is like,
Names of a plate.
and the dwarf is like, you see, she's just irate. She's trying to keep her calm, and she's just putting plates together, using mending on it, getting the next plate, and the pieces together. And she looks very sternly over at Alufa as she comes in. Alufa's like,
What happened?
you'll be paid extra. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
You can call in extra staff if you need to.
What happened?
Somebody yelled, "Opa!"
Like the entire dresser or display thing that had all the plates.
Oh, China and
The
stuff.
China cabinet
China
was like
with all
knocked over.
Yeah, you see it that it's knocked over against one of the supporting pillars.
Right.
And it just looks like a tidal wave of just broken pieces across the
Who
floor.
did that?
Don't.
You guys can do a wisdom if you want to know who did
I don't
it.
know who did it.
I don't even think I'm in there at the moment. Am I? Am I still in, the
You
main area?
wander in there. Everybody eventually wanders in there.
Yeah, 21 for myself.
20, modified.
Modified 20.
You guys are looking around at each other, and you put the pieces together figuratively. That Scav was like, "Hey, look what I can do," and he's like, "I'm strong," and he pushed that over. He's like, "Oh, don't worry, Mongo can just fix it later."
Oh, he actually believes I can do something.
And he pushed it over, and everybody was like, "Oh no!" as they just went and just shattered across the floor.
Oh no. How
The
gone was
mighty
that?
And then the one thing that stood out to you is he climbed to the very top, and you see the claw marks along the very back of this beautiful, very old, probably elven or druid made thing, where he climbed to the very top, and the memory that sticks in your head is, he's like, "I am the king of the world, Emperor Scafford," and he proceeded to fall off onto the table.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Is that how we wound up in the cake?
No, he wondered. He just sold the cake and wandered into the other room.
Oh, did I really do that?
Everybody here can confirm it.
That's humiliating.
And,
Let's just not do that stuff anymore, guys. Like any of it, ever.
All right, who still needs help?
Kippa comes in and she looks better than anyone else, and she's like, "You guys had fun last night."
I don't remember most of it, but
Is the fire still burning? Or did I find something to...
Oh no, you're standing there and you're still melting down, but there's a tire like
Literally
table
melting
covered with snacks and cheese.
I'm looking for the best thing that I know to quench the fire.
You reach over, you grab a piece of cheese, you shove it in your mouth. You don't even care that there's a little bit of like fuzz in it. You've had worse. You had to lick yourself.
anybody still got a headache?
I don't know. Do I
He
have
has to ask. I'm not saying anything. 'Cause clearly,
Everybody that was upstairs doesn't have a headache. Everybody like in the attic doesn't have a headache. Kippa, she just kind of like,
I use lay on hands to go ahead and get rid of whatever toxins is doing this to us.
you're gonna be there a while. Kippa is the only one sober of the group.
clearly the wisest one of us all.
She's like, I wasn't allowed to drink. The advisor said no.
Why?
Having one responsible person is probably the best.
I don't want to do that again. I can be the responsible person.
Get in line.
Yeah, I'll help the dwarf lady clean up and fix shit.
Once the fire has been
nothing I can do.
contained.
I don't know mending, so that's up to the Wiggly Finger bunch.
They're gonna go stick their fingers in the pile and wiggle around.
I'll just help until it seems to be getting under control. Like, if more staff comes in or whatever, it's like, 'cause I still want to go to the swap meet.
And you're realizing it is day 2 and a certain someone should be arriving.
Yeah.
You're gonna get stabbed.
So. Alrighty. So, at some point, yeah, I'm gonna get Millum to like get her to go with me back to the swap meet.
The swap meet.
Yep.
Okay. If you want, you can do a perception.
Is a 12.
You're standing there and you're watching the group go about their business, very embarrassed at the fact that Scav has damaged such a beautiful piece of craftsmanship.
Oh, there's a very like embarrassed guy.
The crystal that was on the front of it that was actually like more or less supposed to be the protective glass is just shattered as well. And as you're like helping clean up stuff, one of the doors just kind of crack right onto the floor.
I'm so sorry, Alufa.
You see that Alufa's off to the side, and there's actually another person there you've never seen. And they're dressed in white and gold, and you pick up that she's speaking in Sylvan with Kippa and this other person. And they have like this really beautiful headdress, and you can see their long pointed ears sticking out with various gems and whatnot. And they have these very beautiful robes, but within the robes you can see that they actually have some chainmail on them. And they're just talking to Kippa and Lufa about some things, and if you want, you can go bug them.
I think I might, since I don't really have much to do in this scenario aside from eat food.
Yeah. And Osling's trying to help put things back together.
Yes, definitely see if we can repair
Oddly
that door.
enough, the two you reach over and Ed hands you a piece of like glass that you're looking for one of the things to mend it. And you reach over and you look over and it's not it, it's a different bird. A white one. And the bird, both it and this bird are just handing you fragments to help you put things back together.
Yeah, so on a scale of 9 out of 10 on how fucking weird this is, I'd say that's about a 9. Yeah, no, very cautiously taking the pieces from Id and Id's new friend.
Yeah, it looks just like
Anti-Id?
it looks just like it, but pure white and missing the eye on the opposite side.
Right, Mirror Universe Id. Got it.
Mirror Universe. This is the good one.
Or maybe this is the evil one.
This is the
Id's
more
the
evil
good
one.
which is
Neither of them
fucking terrifying.
Neither of them have a mustache or a goatee or wearing a top hat or a monocle.
Or wearing, driving
Anything,
goggles or a scarf.
Yeah.
Or bowler cap.
Or that too. Let's cover all the tropes while we're at it.
And they certainly don't have.
Have one hand gloved.
One little claw that has a glove on it.
A single golden talon.
Or a hook hand.
Wearing a corset, fishnet stockings, and high heels.
Feather boa, can't forget that too.
Would a bird wear a feather boa?
Why not?
It's made of fur.
Our red and blue would. They've worn a lot of things.
Yeah.
Nipsey definitely would.
Nipsey would make a puppet out of a small creature.
Again.
And, yep, again.
Wear a corpse like cosplay.
Corpse play.
You gotta admit, it's a very ingenious, defense mechanism. If there was some kind of creature trying to eat Nipsey and Nipsey just disappears inside something else, can't find.
And then
Can't
just
find
kind
what
of
you can't see.
Yeah, you walk over and Alufa looks at you, come over, and she's like, "Hi,
Hi, Alufa.
how are you? Feeling a bit better?"
Feeling a bit better than when I woke up.
Whatever it is that Coin has concocted into those little gems are more than welcome.
She took quite a lot of them. I think that she might be partially immune to her own concoction.
She drank more than all of us put together, I think.
what the fuck is her constitution?
She-
She's not dead.
I'm going to be honest, Alufa, from travels in the past, from our first meeting, Coin, she could probably outdrink Gunner
Oh,
under the table twice.
Probably outdrink a dragon.
She's the champ when it comes to bar crawls. That is her title and her title only. At least that is what I am proclaiming from here on out. Until someone challenges Coin.
Champion of bar crawls.
Exactly.
Love it.
Alufa just looks concerned. Well, at least we have someone that could actually mingle with the ones that like to drink very well. And maintain control until the very last minute when she gets through the doors and proceeds to try to double up.
I prefer my smokable options, if I'm being honest with you. It's more natural.
You smoked all of your options last night.
My god, is the Google pouch empty?
Mother left a sword.
Probably for the first time, yeah.
And we
It is actually empty right now.
Which I can easily go get more.
certainly use Ace's
I
strength.
don't know how I feel about
Okay.
that.
Everybody
Just ask him.
was enjoying
Might need your help too.
things except for Kippa.
Okay.
But Cayenne can definitely get more.
And the elf that's in white takes a bow, and Kippa bows her head a little bit, and she turns and heads out.
Brother, Mongo? I might need your help later. It's, something at the house.
Kippa looks past you and glares at you for once. Like, what trouble did you get in?
What the fuck did
Nothing
you
serious,
break this time?
actually. It's something in related to our family. Something Mother left behind that's I can't move alone. And will actually need everyone's help, probably.
She just lets out a very low sigh.
How are you doing this fine morning?
I'm awake. I'm sober. I have things to attend to, as does everybody else. And the kitchen is full at this point. As even spacey as it is, it's feeling cramped because the entire council is in there, getting food, talking amongst each other.
The furball wizard's there too?
Yeah,
Oh, fuck.
yeah, the entire council is there currently, just...
Did we have an appointment or something?
And the furball just looks over like, I think we kind of missed them all this morning.
Oh, fuck, I said an appointment with Coin.
Coin looks over. Yeah, you paid for my drink because you missed the appointment.
Oh, fuck, is that how this started?
No, it actually started like this. She looks over at Scabbard.
Oh, fuck, of
What
course.
did I do?
You approached me and you're like, oh, hey, Coins, guess what I can do? I can drink yous under the table because I'm an emperor. And I looked at you like you were an idiot.
Do I remember any of this at all?
Do a wisdom.
Really?
Is that something I really... That's a natural 20. 'Cause I don't think
Yes.
that's something I would say, actually.
You did say that, but you meant it as a joke, but everybody took it as a serious thing. And you just went with it.
Just joking.
Coin, that was a joke. In what universe do you honestly believe I could actually outdrink you? Come on now.
And she looks over at you, Mongo.
Is there anyone who can outdrink you? Because I'm pretty sure that's a no.
I'm positive you could probably outdrink a dragon.
It's a short list. And she's like, I will say that when we hit the lower pub, you getting on stage and singing some old bard tales was actually fantastic.
Really? Wait a minute.
No,
Do we remember this?
Oh, do you remember this at all?
And
Wait,
you with your natural 20? Yes.
Oh,
Coin.
I remember that.
Remind us of what happened.
He got
How
up
does that
there, he had a bottle in one hand, his sister under the other arm, and they proceeded to sing. And his sister's like, yes, my brother, Careless Whiskers. I warned you!
Oh, looks like Mongo's got a stage
Quite
name.
the stage name there. I do remember this.
Careless whiskers.
That's actually very clever.
Now, question:
What
was
is-
he was he singing in cat? Was he meowing
He was singing in lull.
in lolcat?
He was singing in our native tongue.
That's even better.
Why do I just have a feeling it's that old Brian Setzer song, The Stray Cat Strut? From The Stray Cats.
That's pretty great.
Either that or it was Careless Whispers.
I don't know why, but I could really see Mongo doing some of the Aristocat songs in Lolcat.
Oh my god.
Everybody wants to be a cat.
Yeah.
Oh, instead it's everybody wants to be a munchkin tabaxi.
I get to see on our fucking Discord just, maybe it was this one Link 2 song, maybe this one Link 2 song.
People just
'Cause
pop
I've already
off.
got like 3 fucking renditions that I'm going to be posting later, like on break or something. It's just like, all of them are perfectly fucking viable here.
Kippa looks over and she's like, it was actually very adorable.
You have a rather impressive voice there, brother.
Good to know my character can sing because I fucking can't.
The furball turns over. For someone that is named after the fruit, you have quite the voice of singing.
After what?
Oh, yeah, mango.
Sir, mango.
Coin?
Coin just... She's just like pouring it a shot. What?
His mom going to go, as your king, you need to fix this.
Mongo actually can't pull that card because he's never signed the papers yet.
Oh, I thought you did with your sister.
Never signed them. We were going to, but then she walked out, and then I walked after her.
Oh, you just never got back to
Yeah,
it?
we just never... We went back in the room, but we never actually signed.
Not canonically yet.
Yeah.
I would assume you actually did, because I have it in my notes that you did. So...
I don't know if Mongo actually would sign them. Let her sign them, and then just, like, try to play it off.
I don't think you would do that to your sister, because she would give you those big, sad eyes.
It's not fucking fair.
But in my notes, I have it that you did actually sign them with your sister.
Fine, fucking sign.
Two paw
fucking
prints.
sign him.
Coin's just like, what? The entire council knows.
They're supposed to know that you're the only one who calls me that, Queenie.
She just kind of smiles. She's like,
Wait a minute.
okay, Mango.
Queenie?
Did you? Are you two together?
No.
Why are you calling her queen?
And you hear your
Like,
sister
I'm
go,
confused.
oh my gosh, is that why you dragged her off in private last night? And
Wait.
Kip was like,
Excuse wait,
Kip was
what?
like,
First of all,
wait,
No, she came in one day complaining that everybody called her the queen, so that's why I'm calling, because she keeps calling me fucking Mango.
Kip was like, oh, I got excited for a moment. And Noodle, you see Noodle was reaching in his pocket for something and just kind of puts it away. You don't know what it was.
Never fucking tricky.
But somehow you always do.
There's another song for the fucking list.
And there's one thing that that Mongo hasn't done yet.
There's a lot of things that Mongo hasn't done yet.
How's Humphrey doing?
Oh god, how fucking drunk did Humphrey get?
You just
Crazy drunk.
shower of vomit instantly. It's Humphrey.
Gross. Oh, that'd be terrible.
Oh, we're gonna test the vomiting spell.
is it like Hitchhiker's Guys, just a bunch of yarn?
No, it's like
That would be fucking great, I'm not gonna lie.
no. As you say that, you're like, I wonder how Humphrey is. You just feel it hit your head, hit your shoulders, and it's like you stand under a waterfall shower,
Ew.
and you're just like, oh, fuck. And there's things in there you can't even begin to identify.
Oh, Mongo's dry heaving. I don't know if that spell's gonna be able to stop Mongo from barfing right now.
And everybody just kind of is all looking over at you, Mongo.
What happened here?
Humphrey's like, oh. And as much as you want to vomit, you can't.
Oh.
It's like that point when you've thrown up so much that you have nothing left and you just dry heaving.
Yep.
There's not even bile left to throw up.
That's the worst.
Barfing is bad. Once you hit that point, it's even fucking worse.
It's just pain, okay? Once you get that point, it's just pain.
We've all been there at some point.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't drink. My fucking low tolerance.
And you're just sitting there just
Lucky.
basically exorcismed.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'm just
So,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
twitching.
You've been slow.
Kippa, do I and Millum have an appointment for something?
Kip was like, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Oh, you said all the regions are there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
They're
I'll look for Prairie. Do I have any appointments? Or Milo have any appointments? No? Okay.
no.
Got me scared there that we missed an appointment. Okay.
Oh, that's right. How is Sir Mir doing?
He's nowhere to be found.
Oh, I was asking Kippa because last
Yeah,
thing.
he's nowhere to be found, and neither is the captain.
Troyus.
Troyus, yeah, he's not to be found either. But the other centaur, she's there. She's actually standing there just completely naked. She picks up a pancake and just eats it, just like not even getting a plate, just picks it up, rolls it up, just stuffs it in her face.
Yeah, he
Is
was.
that the monk one that keeps catching Cayenne every time she like flinches?
Yeah, the shield maiden. Yeah, that's her.
Elgris. Yeah.
Elvis.
Basically,
I kind of want to see.
I-
her
I-
get in a
I
fight.
would
I
as-
just don't want to be on
a
the
more
receiving end.
Norwegian or Scandinavian version of Xena, but centaur, is Elgris.
I definitely want to see her get into a fight. I just don't want to be on the receiving end of it.
Yeah, like all of her like would-be tattoos are scars that are tattooed. She, all of her war bands, everything.
So we're able to have been able to repair that cabinet that Scav broke yet?
You've been working on it as you've been talking and getting it put back together.
Okay. What time of day is it? Do we have any idea? Anybody know what time it is?
It's mid-morning.
Shit. When does the swap meet open?
Prestidigitate
You know?
everything.
When does the market?
Yeah.
What market?
The swap meet over at where the gray market, yeah.
Oh, the gray market. It opened 3 hours ago.
Ah, fuck. Well, maybe we can still get in. Alright. Alufa, promise if there's still stuff broken by the time we get back, I'll fix it.
It'll be repaired by the time you get back. It's expensive.
I am once again so horribly sorry, Alufa.
We just need to make a pact that we don't drink anymore. How about that? Especially you. Just don't do it. Just don't do it.
I don't. Somehow you enable me, though.
Meanwhile, Mongo's just wherever he was, just swearing in Munchkin tabaxi, just prestidigitating everything.
Your sister, she's like, to interject, when you guys are together, you create the perfect formula to drink. You enable each other. The key to not drinking is to not to be together. So that will never happen, as you guys will always end up at some point drinking together. At this point, it is to have a sub-process to prepare for the worst-case scenario of that.
Right.
Well, is it okay if me and Millum take our leave because we need to get back to that market?
Go
Sorry.
now.
Okay. Let's go, sister, before we get in more trouble.
As you're heading out the door, you slip on a piece of cake.
Prestidigitate that spot.
I'll remain here and help clean up my mess.
What are you gonna do?
I'm basically getting I'd be helping getting matching pieces together and have them set up to where it's easier for them to mend.
Yeah.
Since I don't know how to do that.
Yeah. About 3 hours go by, and you finally get the house mostly back together. And yeah, Kippa's really she's already headed back to take care of things at the actual meetings and whatnot.
Reschedule everything.
Advisors have departed as well to basically go do their job, and it's basically just the core group left.
Oh, before Alufa would have departed, I would have at least gotten some kind of form for identification.
She actually passes that out to everybody that's still present. It's basically your family crest with identification to identify you as a noble. Basically, you keep it in your pocket or something. You only present it when you need to. It's best to keep that secret.
Pocket upholding.
Can I have just like a regular one so that way I can, prove that I'm not a child?
It's literally a seal that states that you are a noble, and they have to treat you as a noble. They can't just be like, oh, you're a child. Well, fuck off. Oh, you're a noble. Okay, how can I serve you?
Would I have ended up getting one of them? Because I already have the signet ring of Father's Ring.
You need official documentation, and you are presented with that.
Okay, well.
Yeah. Someone
You're-
could
Throw it
steal
away.
the ring from you.
You're not known in the city like Kippa is. Kippa can just go anywhere without any documentation. They're like, oh, Empress Kippa, how can we assist you?
One thing I would have asked from Kippa before she left is whether or not she would actually be available tonight.
You know when she's available.
High or low.
Let's go ahead and do high.
She will actually be available, but it won't be until about 9 o'clock at night. Her entire schedule is full.
Before Coin leaves, I'd probably ask the same thing, so that way I don't actually have to flash the royal ID to help get me into the alchemist shop.
What are you asking her?
What are you asking her?
Because I don't know, because that one shop that I got kicked out of for being too young, because he's never heard of much Tabaxis before, I'd probably ask Coin or Alufa or somebody to go with to, so that way I don't have to flash the royal ID.
Okay. That could be arranged. Just opens up his list. I'm royal, see? See the package?
Mongo would not do that. Sober.
Drunk
Drunk
Mongo.
Mongo apparently doesn't have the confidence issues.
Just goes all in, like singing on stage, other random shit.
Full send.
So, eventually heading off in your own directions to do other things, to handle things. Alufa actually goes with you to the potion shop. She walks with you. She's very quiet. And
I'd be apologizing for the house trashing rager.
she's like, it's okay. It's acceptable. We are all friends. It just shouldn't be a habit, and we will learn to keep Coin under control.
I'm not sure there is any controlling her.
Oh, there is. She actually knows her limits, but she knows how to play too. When it's work time, she's very different and very work-oriented. When it's time to play, that stress goes away very quickly.
Work hard, play harder. Every time I think I've got a handle on her, I learn something else, and I'm back to square one.
Well, you have many years ahead of you to sort that out, unless you fire her.
I can't imagine that ending well for me. She may set me on fire.
Well,
Yeah.
that would be regicide.
She can talk her way out of it.
So you get back to the potion shop, and you just wander in with her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Same red dragonborn there?
You see the red dragonborn is off in the back, and you see someone up front, and they're one of the frog folk. And the frog folk is just kind of like has like two glasses, and they're just like,
Can I tell what he's mixing?
you can certainly try to see what they're mixing.
Would that also be Arcana?
Mm-hmm. What, you don't believe the number?
No, I don't.
Okay.
20, modified.
Alright. It's not something you're familiar with, and they're just kind of like... And they set this one down, and they start mixing things into it, and they're like... And they bring something over, and it's like a wood thing, and they clamp it to the table, and there's like a little slot on it. And they get these little clampy hands and reach around and start to line it up. And Lufa's like, I'll wait outside. And they just mix the concoction together and flashbanged. And your ears are ringing too.
Oh boy.
Ow. Oh, God. The hangover's back. Fuck.
And they're like, it works. And they do it again. Before you can even recover, you're flashbanged again, and your ears are just ringing. Did your glasses just break?
Yeah, the screw came loose.
That's okay.
That's oddly fitting.
Yeah. Given the situation.
So you wander up to the, wander up to him and talk to him?
Yeah.
Can you stop?
Oh.
And after your vision comes back, you see the frog person. They're like, "Hello."
Was that the desired effect?
Yes, it was, but it was supposed to be more potent. I had to figure out how to make it more potent.
Oh, I know some mushroom folks who might be able to help with that.
I once made one so potent I can't remember how I did it that the walls were white for a week.
I could see pretty fair uses for that.
Hey, you
And they just look at you and,
don't
Like-
turn on the sound again randomly. please?
how can we assist you here?
Oh. How long does it take me to come out of this?
It takes about 5 minutes or so.
Just kind of need to restock,
Oh.
and also just kind of, I don't know, kind of getting a little more serious about the varying potion making alchemy thing, and I'm just not quite all sure.
They come back and they just drop a book in front of you and it thumps very loudly. You would require my first alchemy book. And the book's like this thick. But the pages are also like that thick each. For durability.
That makes sense.
Oh, they're not pop-ups?
That would be for Scav.
Open it, start kind of looking through.
They close the book. You have to buy it first.
How much would that?
They look at the tag. This can't be right. And they start double checking something. You see the tag briefly, and it says 450,000 platinum.
What the fuck? Yeah, that cannot be right.
Somebody missed a decimal point.
And they go to the back, and you hear him talking to the Dragonborn, and the Dragonborn's talking back. And they come back, and they take the tag off, and they're like, right, this goes to a potion that we've made. a true polymorph potion.
Oh god, I thought it was like a potion to store value. Wait, true polymorph.
And they put the right tag on there, and it's only like 15 copper because the beginner's book.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I'll fork that over.
And do you want to restock your supplies as
Yeah.
well? Okay. Let's see. Let me roll some dice here.
Yeah, no, still to get nervous when she says that.
You should always be nervous
Roll
when I
some
say
dice.
rolling dice. Especially when I pick up like 10 d20s.
Yeah.
Let's see. We'll assign a value to that. Okay, cool. That will be 26 gold pieces
Okay.
to restock fully. Cayenne, where are you off to?
Does that include the book?
Cayenne is
The book is separate.
Oh.
is probably just gonna wander about. Really, she doesn't have anything planned aside from speaking to Derek about blood hunters or going to the druid circles.
Okay. So you're just going to meander around a little bit, see what kind of trouble you can get in?
Or just see if anyone gets taken away by gray cloaks, because that's entertaining to Cayenne.
Yeah, you can also visit the Goblin Quarter,
That's true, I
or the
could.
Goblin Row, yeah.
You also have a
Might do
contract
that.
you can go try to do.
You wander around a little bit, and eventually you do ask probably a Grey Cloak where the Goblin Row is, and it's in the lower, so, and it's more towards the ocean docks. There's like a settlement of buildings along there, where there's, it's all farmlands, and then there's like a gathering of buildings towards the dock area where people that come in on the actual ocean can actually go and stay and do things before they move into the actual city. So you get in, you're tired, you can rest before you actually have to travel, spend half a day traveling up to the damn city. And you go down there, and there's this line of buildings that just basically look dilapidated and built with ramshackle pieces that don't match and other things. And yeah, you see all these goblins of different races running around and just going about their business. And it's kind of very archaic and rudimentary of how they've carved things out. You can see that they've smeared like berries and stuff trying to make things look painted to look better, but they have no sense of like style, and their buildings are a mismatch of different things that they find interesting. Tools are all makeshift and strange, and like you can see how things are held together are just like, that's not structurally sound even by hair.
The non-builder sees that this is not structural.
Yeah.
I am not going in that building.
And you see a goblin with a bunch of goblins gathered around, and they're like giving some sort of sermon, and they're very interested. The other goblins are very interested. They're like, if you take a black cloth or make it black, people can't see you at night. They make you invisi. And one goblin's like, oh, and they're like, what is it? And they're like, the other thing. And they're like, oh, if you put a stripe on it, it make you go zoom faster. And you see a couple of kid goblins. They just have like makeshift like paints from like bugs and other things they've gathered. They're making like really rudimentary like stripes on like cloaks in their clothes and things like that.
Does it make you faster?
It's like you're just seeing how goblins actually work in their natural environment.
Love to be a goblin now. And just take over this little kingdom.
And you just see like the various like the temples are as ramshackled as the buildings are, but with just like a little bit more care for the various goblin deities. And it's just like, oh my god, if I breathe too hard, this might fall over. And you see like something written in Goblin. It's like a sign that's posted against a pole that's like leaning very precariously, like comes down. It's like supporting like an overhang. The wood comes down. It's curved like this, and it comes down, and it's just precariously balancing on a stack of rocks that they managed to get sticking up.
You cast mend on any of this that might break the whole fucking city.
Yeah, their whole encampment there.
Just gonna meander about and see if I see the goblin I had met before.
Yeah, do an
The
investigation.
one
You-
that tried to eat Nikolai.
and you can take 20 on this. So, have you ever done that before? So basically, when you can declare, I want to take 10, 20, 30, as long as you want, essentially. That is in addition to your roll. So 20 plus whatever your roll is plus the modifier.
Oh. Okay, that was a lot for my not awake brain.
Push the button. Add the 20.
So that would be 34.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spending that extra time.
Yep. You're taking the time to actually invest in the task that you're doing, so you get that bonus added to your roll.
That sounded like I got that, 57 to set the bombs in that tower that was being raided, that we were in.
Mm-hmm.
Took the time because there's nothing he could do against it right now, so he's surveying.
You're wandering around a little bit and trying to not bump into anything because you're afraid that it might just cause a chain reaction throughout this entire place. You see a goblin actually walking across the set of planks that is more or less the balcony to a second-story place. And every step they take, you see it just kind of sway and move and shimmy a little bit precariously. And you eventually come to like the very far end of this place, and you see off to the right. It catches you instantly. You see the familiar goblin that you had helped, and they're in more or less a goblin version of a soup shop. And you see that they have like a sign that's crooked and hanging. It's got like a cord hanging down, wrapped around like a nail, holding it up. There's like a piece of wood coming up, holding up the other side of it. And it says very poorly in Charity Foods. And then there's another sign hanging underneath it that says, from Centaur God. And you look into this place, you see like this really haphazard bulletin board, and you see like all these makeshift pieces of parchment of like old scrolls and crier notes and wanted posters that have kid drawings of like finger paints of like what they imagine the Centaur God looks like, along with like all the various goblin gods as well.
Revered by the goblins.
I'll make my way closer because now I'm a little too curious. Like, wait, what?
And instantly, he's like got a bowl and it's got like food and stuff in it, and it's like haphazardly put together stew. It's goblin quality, and he sets it down. And he's like, "Ah, it's the cayenne," and you hear all of the goblins that are there. There's like a bunch of his kids that he was talking about, and a few other goblins there. There's like this old goblin that has like one like thick like bottle glass and another thin one like it's haphazardly made so they can actually see. Their ears are super droopy. They're super wrinkled. And
one eye for seeing far, one eye for seeing close.
yes. And they all turn around. They're like, and they all point at once. It's the cayenne. And they all run over and they all start hugging your legs.
Oh God!
And the little kids have like stuff all over their hands, and they start just like war painting you with their little hands.
I'm
But
just
only
going.
knee high.
I'm just going to allow it to happen because if I move too hard, I will hurt one of them.
You might drop a whole damn building on yourself.
Yes, I might crush their foundation for multiple houses.
And eventually, Bobbins comes over and calms them down, and they're all just like wide-eyed, sparkly-eyed. And the old goblin's like, "Oh, she's so beautiful. She's more beautiful than the pictures predict." Looking over at the kids' pictures. And as you look over your shoulder, you see more goblins gathering in the large entryway, all looking to take a look at you if you like climbing over each other.
I'll just wave. I don't know how to take this. I'm like,
Lean into your Disney princess roots.
And
inwardly she's just like, all I did was just send you guys food to help. I didn't know that was such a big deal.
And it kind of sinks in a little bit that when you go visit the various druid tribes and various druid elders that you have to deal with, you might be greeted like this. You might be revered because you know the status that your mom carried, and you being of that blood. And now you can see a few goblin guards. They're just like wearing haphazard armor that just doesn't make any sense at all. And one of them you can see like it's written in common along the breastplate that says durable.
Any kids that are like still like hugging, I'd probably like reach down and like pet their head or
It's hard for you to reach down and pet the one that is still hugging you. It's essentially a head with a tiny little body and like little like giant oversized feet sticking out because it's a little baby one. Its ears are way too big for its body, as are its eyes. And it's got like this giant snaggle tooth in the front.
Big head mode goblin.
I can't even picture this. It's so bizarre.
I just picture Dobby. Dobby with bigger eyes and bigger feet.
Tom can't even eat because he's dying so much.
And just make them shorter than Dobby.
And Bobbins comes over to you and thank you for all you've done.
Of course.
Such wonderful gift.
If there's anything else that y'all need, just let me know.
And they're just like, oh. And you hear a few chants off, like, down the walkway of, like, outside. The God is generous, the God is generous. And you're realizing how, like, delicate their minds actually are as far as their mentality
Their
goes.
mentality is so childlike. They're so easily influenced.
That's why malevolent beings use them.
And you're realizing that any goblin wizards have a much higher intelligence than this or interest in this. Like, Poltz, for example, that you've met.
Mm-hmm. Even Fott.
Yeah, Fought as well. There's a mismatch of all different goblin kinds here. It's not just like a specific kind. There's a bunch of different ones. You see one that basically has taken pieces of metal and replaced their teeth with it so they can still chew on stuff.
So it's that James Bond version, the James Bond
Trap Draw?
Jaws.
Is that his name, Trap Draw? No.
That's the He-Man villain.
Yeah. What's his name?
Jaws.
Jaws? It was just Jaws?
Jaws.
Oh, okay.
So, what are you doing, Cayenne? Just being enamored by the goblins?
Spend time with them, get to know a few of them, listen to some of their stories. If any of the kids are like super excited and want to tell me like a favorite, like a little adventure they got into, or if any of the goblins had like a cool like war story or just a fun little trip they went on.
Oh, a few of the little goblin kids are like so excited that they get to share their story with what they deem as like essentially a god. You're so big compared to them, and like you've given them a plethora of food. And they're like, this one time we were in the sewers and we were like, oh my gosh, it's a giant rat, and then we whack. And we used the stick that said strong, so it was extra whack.
That reminds me of when I was a little smaller. Me and my siblings, we went against a giant rat that spit out much smaller rats.
Food for days and make infinite food.
They were definitely very well cooked, for sure.
Did you feast upon them?
We shared them with the creatures that were nearby that needed more food than us.
And you hear them all whispering amongst each other, she's so generous, they're so generous. They're so generous. They give to other beanie creatures. They're such good gods.
I have a question. Since basically gods are powered by others believing in them, if enough people believe
That
in
Cayenne's
a
a
mortal such as Cayenne, would that effectively start
Give
to
her
turn
power.
her into an actual god.
It is actually possible. She becomes the next pantheon, or a god in the pantheon of the goblins.
The god of generosity.
You have been ungenerous. I'm gonna fuck you up.
You've been ungenerous, therefore you lose everything.
You've been ungenerous. I'm about to plant an asshole tree.
Cayenne's just gonna spend her time with the goblins for a little bit before going back.
Yeah, while they're a little bit sad to see you go, they're excited to share their stories with other goblins, and some goblins are coming back from fishing, and while they do have like a bounty of fish, half of them are still like half eaten because they ate them along the way before getting back to cook them. And you're realizing the goblins are essentially walking garbage disposals more than probably kobolds. So you're heading back to the market.
Yep.
I've officially
Hopefully
broken
they'll
you
still
for the
let us
night.
Yep. Cayenne has gained a title in by goblins in Casil now.
Maybe don't use Wither and Bloom to make their garden bigger, because then they'll just worship you more.
Yeah, no, was seriously debating on using Druidcraft to actually add supports to their buildings, but I know if I would have done that, that would have just made that spiral even more.
Hey, you'd have
Or
your own
you
little
would've-
army.
I mean,
If
I
it
already
worked.
have blood off given to me in a jar still.
Oh yeah, from that other goblin, yeah.
Still have that jar.
Fucking forgot about that.
I did not
That
forget
was just a
because
random like gift.
how do you forget a goblin literally stabbing through their own hand with a dagger, pulling said dagger out, pouring it in a jar while you were drinking mead in a druid bar?
He's getting drunk.
It's like, oh, okay, thank you.
Do a perception for me.
Okay.
Well, that tracks. And
19.
tracks. Okay. You're watching your sister as she walks a little bit ahead of you, and she starts getting lost in the crowd. And something triggers on you, and you turn around, and you just feel something slide right into you. And you're standing with right face to face with your wonderful friend that you had summoned. And you feel the blade slide in, miss all of your internal organs.
Ow!
And she grabs your mouth and holds it shut, and she's like, I told you I would stab you. I didn't stab anything vital.
Ow!
And she just pulls the blade out slowly. Stop crying, I didn't stab anything vital. I told you I would stab you.
Why?
I told you I would.
But why?
I said I would come in 2 days and stab you.
So if she stabs Nicholas
Why?
with one of those trick blades that kind of retracts.
I thought you were just joking.
Proposal.
Pretty great.
Maybe.
I missed all of your organs.
It still hurt.
She just puts a finger in, she pulls it out, she's like, look, ketchup. Oh, that. She just wipes it on your jacket. You're right.
What the hell?
I told you I would keep my word. And your sister
So
comes.
you don't joke.
Your sister comes back. You've got red on you.
Yeah. I don't know. Well,
She looks at you. She's like, I do have a sense of humor.
stabbing people is not a sense of humor.
Anyway, I've already been to the castle. Well, not the castle, the upper crest, and had to announce myself, unfortunately, and then I also had to go speak to a beholder. I've had a lot to do before I came here and I greeted you.
So, are you mad at me? Or I don't understand. Why do you go? And start searching around for one of my potion of healing. I think I still have one.
Take a thimble shot of it.
Yeah.
So, with that, go ahead and take care of that. We're going to go ahead and take our break. We'll be back after the break and pick up where this is at. We're going to get some food in us, and we'll be back in 30 minutes. We hope to see you here when we jump back into this calamity.
I got
Oh, I thought that was like something breaking. I'm like, oh no.
no.
All right, jumping back into things. You've been revered by the Goblin King.
Yep.
Where are you off to, Scav?
Well, after dealing with cleaning up that mess, would probably go and probably go and see what there is going on around the city. Look for contracts and such. Pay attention to like the people and
Yeah, it is a very, very active city.
Let's start off at the Hunters Guild.
Takes you a while to get down there. You get to the Hunter's Guild. You know what it looks like already, as it's been described.
On the way, pick something up for Feisty to eat as well.
Oh yeah, she's dealing with the hangovers a little bit, and she's basically got this big loaf of bread in her mouth, and her like upper lips are just like over the top, and there's just giant strands of drool coming off it. She just
just not even bothering to hide, huh?
nope. It's like she's a little bit darker under the eyes than usual.
I'll probably sit on her back and just like lay on hands to help get rid of like the hangover a bit.
Yeah, her head's massive compared to your little hands.
Thanks. There we go.
And a few people are giving you looks about the displacer beast. Guards are just letting you go because they're aware of what you are. A few Grey Cloaks are like, okay, so he has protection. It's just this massive six-legged fucking cat walking on, just like occasionally kind of like stumbles off to a side because they're like, what's gravity?
Walking a little sideways.
But you do eventually make it down to the Hunter's Guild.
Take a look around, see who's there.
Yeah, you see a turtle there, and they're just kind of watching you.
Hello.
Hi.
Don't worry, she won't cause any harm. She's actually really nice, especially once you get to know her. Alright, Feisty.
Feisty just goes over and finds the actual like bench there along the like right inside the door on the like left side. She climbs up on it and you just hear a creak. And she lays on it and gets comfy. And you see like an elf that was gonna go and sit there and be like, I'll find another seat.
Sorry. Just wondering if you have any equipment or supplies available for, the Hunters Guild. Also looking into any potential contract within the city.
Points to the contracts. As for gear and equipment, the city would probably be a better place to look for such things.
Understandable. And I don't. What was your name again?
Tess.
Tess.
Tess the turtle.
Scavered, but Gem Kobold.
Ah, obviously.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Please, look around. We would like to avoid any infractions with your kind and being shut down for the day.
Oh, don't worry, that's not even an issue. I don't even think. Has that happened before?
Several times.
I can guarantee you it won't be one that'll happen with me, for sure. Go ahead and take a look at the contracts.
Investigation.
Damn good.
21.
You're looking around at the contracts, and you pause for a moment. And you get, it's like your brain has the loading screen, and you see like the DOS prompt for a moment going across in Cobalt. And you see a contract has been taken, and you see Cayenne's name on it. And with that roll, you see that it's a 2-week-long contract, and it's been sitting there for over 6 weeks to be accepted.
Question. What exactly was this contract? Because I do know the name of that individual there.
The turtle walks over, and she puts her glasses on, and they got the like little chain, and she's just wearing like a tunic, and she's and like a loose shirt, and she's like, oh, yes, that contract, it was to go to the caves, to basically thin out the hordes of dreadbats, and
Well, that sounds terrifying.
and if there's a bonus for bringing back some of their glands as well.
Right. You don't mind me asking, what the hell is a dreadbat?
Oh, well, they're bats that are about 2 feet tall, and they have very narrow eyes, and their mouth opens up much like a squid with hooks, and their jaw unhinges like a viper as they clamp down on their prey, and
That's terrifying.
you drain them of all their liquid life source.
Oh, what have you done, Cayenne? Okay, right. Who can I talk to learn a little bit more about these things?
That would be the library, sir.
The library? Okay, thank you very much. Take a look at the other contracts there.
Yep, and there's another contract for the Hunters Guild to go down to the Goblin Row and essentially help with their buildings. And it's been sitting there forever. Like, the date on there is just nobody's accepting this contract.
You know
It
what?
only pays about 5 copper per, hour, essentially, that you're there to help.
Sure, why not?
Take it, immediately bound to it.
And, thank you very much again, Tess.
You're more than welcome, kind sir. Thank you for not shutting us down for the day.
If you ever see me, trust me, I'm here more so to look for work than anything else.
I assure you we will consistently stay on our toes because you are a gemstone kobold.
Okay. Well, that's fair. I've yet to meet others. So, well, we'll see. Thank you again. With that, make my leave, and I'm actually gonna head up to the upper area now. See
Okay.
if, what can be done about the Goblin Quarter.
Alright. You head out, and now you realize your sister had accepted a contract that's like, oh god.
It's like, we'll have to visit the librarian later, but for now, let's deal with this with this little issue first.
And now you're involved with the Goblin Row, as you can see that pieced together from the various bits of information you might available to you that it's a very neglected area that, despite goblins actually coming into the society, they are just considered lesser, even below the worst kind of commoners. That they have a long way to go to actually earn their place, and that it's surprising because in the upper crust you have seen a few goblin nobles that are basically
Well educated and
well educated and trying to pull for the Goblin Quarter, but a lot of people don't take them seriously because they're goblins. It's been very hard for goblins to essentially pollinate within the world to find their way.
okay. Well, let's go ahead and take a quick look at what the Goblin Quarter looks like, and from there head way up to the upper crest. Actually,
Alright, you head to the Goblin Quarter first. Since you're on the lower, it's not too bad of a trip. You head over there, and it's as I described to Cayenne. Oh, it's ramshackled together. Even by Kobold standards, it's like you don't want to touch any single building because it might cause a chain reaction of destruction.
okay, I will not actually go in there, and in fact, Feisty, we should probably stay away from it for a little bit. This seems bad. Okay. Let's make our way over to the upper crust then.
Okay. So, You get your book. Do you head out with your supplies and everything after you
Yep.
get them? Yeah, Lalufa's out front, and she turns towards you and she hands you a sealed document.
Oh, well, thank you.
You might want to open it. You open it, and it says, "Urgent, you've been summoned to the upper crest."
Looks like I have a trip to make.
Cayenne, a gray cloak approaches you and hands you a very similar document.
I'll take it and open it.
Same thing.
Well then.
Nikolai, as you're standing there, you receive the same kind of document. It's not just to dick you around. The gray cloak hands it to you, and it's a summons to the upper crest ASAP.
I'm never going to get to see this place, am I?
Wraith is like, you do know that you can actually speak to the broker and schedule a private viewing of the area because you are a noble.
No, I didn't know that. Wait a minute, how do you know this?
I've already been to the upper crest and been told what my responsibilities would be.
Oh, so you accepted?
Tentatively.
Well, then I guess we gotta go.
You do realize that if you step out of line, she's going to shank you again.
And Scabbard, a gray cloak, approaches you. Same thing.
Do the introductions to my sister.
Go ahead and just go and grab it.
I think she's a
Back.
friend.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So, all of you head to the upper crest. I'm going to press this button. The one you guys hate me to press.
The dread music.
You each meet up at the gondola to go to the upper crest with the document in hand. Lufa's with you. Wraith is with you.
What's going on?
It's a summons. I was headed to the upper crest, but a gray cloak stopped me. I wish I knew, but I don't.
The gondola comes. There's actually a few gray cloaks there and a few guards there, like they were expecting you.
So was Alufa there? And
Mm-hmm.
okay.
And you get on and you head to the upper one. Despite your hesitation, Alufa's like, you can lean on me. Just don't Bambi. Just don't young fall and spread out. It makes the gondola. The worst part is when you have to take a gondola and it's the summer winds because they sway.
Sister, when were you gonna tell us about those dread bats?
Sorry, Dread what?
I was going to investigate it and do it myself for money.
I went to the Hunters Guild to go and take a look and see and meet people and figure out what to do for work. And it seems that Guyana accepted a contract that was there for weeks. Or was it weeks or months?
Weeks.
Weeks.
It was there for weeks for very dangerous sounding creatures.
That's
Okay.
why I'm getting information on them and going to investigate them.
Well,
I've been planning this.
if you want to do this alone, please be careful. I recommend going to the library.
I was planning on speaking to druids who know this area, who have been there. I'd rather hear it word of mouth with personal experiences rather than just read it from a book. I can get it from a book at any point. I can get word of mouth when I'm traveling and when I'm there.
Okay.
Yeah, she seems to have this all taken care of. Come on. If any of us know how to deal with a, whatever you call them, of dread things,
Dread bats.
it's gonna be her.
And plus, this is the first thing I would do before even going in there is if it's too much of an issue for me, I'm not going in there by myself. That's just suicide. That's an irresponsible thing to do. And plus, we faced much larger things than this, and all they need is the hordes thinned out and glands harvested.
So, as you guys talk back and forth, the gondola comes to a sudden jolt of a stop as it gets to the upper crest. And you're like,
Do you know what's going on, Alufa?
Alufa's like, none the wiser.
Okay.
And you guys exit the gondola, presumably heading in the direction.
Yeah, I mean, they're supposed to.
And you see a lot of the royal guards, more than you've ever seen before. Like a lot of them. And you see that they have like a circle formed, and you see all these nobles like trying to like take a glance at things. And Troyes comes over as the guards start to approach you to stop you, and he motions for you, and you guys follow with Troyes, and you see Sir Mir there, in front of basically this Capitol building that is done for business. And yeah, do an investigation or a perception, actually.
Yeah, that's natural one.
That is a natural 20.
You trip over yourself.
Yeah, that was a 1.
Oh no, 2 of you on natural 1. Oh boy.
All right, let's see what happens. Hello. I love natural ones. So, you don't
Investigation. You said,
trip on your own accord. You're a little bit shaken from the gondola, and you take a step forward, and you bring your hoof down, and you feel a loud crunch as her hoof comes down on the tip of your tail. And this panics you, and you back up, and you hit Alufa, and you immediately Bambi in front of all the nobles that are watching.
Don't even care.
Turn around, look
And you
back.
stumble
back up.
forward, and you land on your face. And your tail is just crushed in one spot, and you heard the moist crunch of the vertebrae in the tail.
Oh no.
Ow.
Oh, okay.
And it's like you move your tail a little bit, and it's just like an overly cooked, like spaghetti noodle.
Really limp on the end.
Is there a cleric present?
One of the guards comes over, and it's the same kind of guard that you saw with Kippa, which probably makes you raise questions.
Mm-hmm.
And the cleric's like, don't worry. She leans down and she takes your tail, and she's very gentle with it, and you can see that it's actually an orc as opposed to an elf. And she mends your tail back together, and she reaches in her cloak. She pulls out something, and she's like, I find these quite refreshing after a series of traumas. And she reaches out and she hands it to you, and it's a lollipop.
Thank you kindly, ma'am.
And she walks over to you, Cayenne, and she grabs your harness and picks you up with one hand all the way up to your standing position.
You okay, little one?
And she's like, and she heads back off. Yeah,
Thank you.
Mine was a 17.
17?
Thank you very much.
Yours was a 20, right?
Natural 20.
Natural 20? You guys approach where Sir Mir is, and you two, while humored by the scene, you turn and you look to why Sir Mir is there, and why there are so many guards here. And what you see, you instantly recognize it as what's left of a Kenku.
Oh shit.
All the feathers have been ripped off, they've been tortured, they've been marked with all sorts of injuries and bones broken, mutilated, their intestines spread out everywhere.
Goddamn.
And underneath, like where the feet would be, and all the feathers laying around in bits and pieces, there's a single word written underneath it that says Obscura. I want you guys to do a wisdom.
With a 15.
Well, that's one for me.
You're mortified.
Natural 20.
Nice. Reroll, because his natural 20 gives you
That's a 9.
a reroll
Okay.
because of his 20. Reroll because of his 20.
That's a 1.
Oh no!
So
jeez.
you'll take the higher number.
24.
11.
11.
Remember there.
You kind of take a few steps
With the Cancun.
forward, Mongo, and your heart skips a beat briefly because of the natural 20. Your stomach hits like the very bottom, and you just kind of go still there. And your brain is a bit foggy, but you're taking in this Kenku that is laying before you. And it is the mutilated, destroyed essence of correct yes.
That's not fun.
Your shit just got serious.
What the fuck? Now he knows this.
Yeah.
Okay. So who did this? What's going on? Why?
Sir Mirror's just standing there, and he's just very solemn.
What's going on, Samir?
Sir Mirror's like, that's one of my former traveling companions.
Oh. Oh, that sucks. What happened?
We don't know.
We're finding out.
Guards simply came upon this effigy of a display.
Starting to lay out the identify circle.
Go ahead and put down a prayer circle with it.
Yeah.
Is there any flesh blood around?
Oh, it's all fresh.
No. I'll just
I'm gonna. I want to try. What I've done before.
Oh, by changing the speak with something into speak with blood.
It was basically like seeing through trees by touch, but
You
seeing
can do
through
it with blood, yeah. Arcana, religion.
This is actually the first time I'm doing this too. I'll go ahead and put a zone of truth there as well.
True.
And nature for you.
Why?
Like Arcana and Nature.
He's rolling Arcana.
Try and tell us that.
You're rolling nature.
Oh, okay.
And he's rolling religion.
I'm helping him.
That
Does
would
that
give
give
you
me
advantage.
advantage?
Yeah.
Had a
Advantage
23.
on this, you said?
Yeah. Cleric comes over and they're like, I need to warn you guys that the area is cursed. If you do this, there could be damage done.
The area is cursed.
Well, him
Okay.
is cursed.
We grew up with him, we don't care.
We grew up. What? You know?
And as he says those words, the fog clears in your mind, and the same effect of your heart dropping and that gut punch of you look back at the corpse of this individual Kenku, and it hits you who it is.
I'm punching or pushing anyone who's in my way and hand straight in blood. Don't give a fuck what the
Do
cleric
you
said.
remember the name?
Yep.
No.
That's correct, yes.
What is this?
I am putting down a zone of truth. And I am
I'm gonna burn the
going
amulet
to
too.
go ahead and
I still have a shit ton of that sacred dirt.
Okay.
Using that.
You can use that in the identify.
so yeah, got a prayer circle and a zone of truth placed.
Okay.
I tell the cleric, will dirt from a sacred ground help with the curse?
It could help nullify some of the effects.
Does anybody have water on them?
I give her my bag of holding, and it's in there.
Sir Mir hands you a full thing of water.
I give this cleric my bag of holding.
I'm,
It's in there. Dirt's in there. Do whatever you can help, please.
First time doing this as well. I'm using ceremony and creating some holy water. Go ahead and put this into the circle as well. See if it
Okay.
helps with the curse.
What was your nature?
It was a 23.
What was your identify?
26 plus whatever the amulet gives.
A 10. If you burn it, it's 10.
36.
Okay. And what was your religion?
25.
25? Alright. You each
That's what it is with the dirt and the
Yeah.
dirt. Okay.
you each take your place, and people are all watching. You can tune out them, basically, the nobles talking amongst themselves, wondering what's going on, why it involves you, why you're doing the things you're doing. And Kippa's towards the building. She's keeping all of your council essentially over there, away from it, except for Sir Mir, because nobody's going to stop Sir Mir. And the world just kind of like ripples a little bit throughout you guys, and then just ripples again. And it's just like almost like that going on a roller coaster, just right when it drops. And you just feel like you're in the middle of winter with how cold it is. And it's almost like pins and needles along you, like you are rubbing against fiberglass, essentially. As that there are protections here trying to prevent you from finding out the truth. And you see that he was going about his daily business, like just checking over books. And out steps from the shadows are those cloaks, the same cloaked figures that hunted down Ithos. And before he can even say hello to them, he was unconscious, and it fades out. I need a die. Take 3 points of necrotic damage, each of you.
Everybody?
Yep.
Okay.
You guys went down this road. I understood you would do it. And next thing you see that he's within some kind of containment circle, and these figures are standing around him. And you see this one figure step forward, whereas they're wearing a black cloak as well, their face obscured. You can see a brim, and it almost comes back like a crest that's dark red. And they bring a hand up and they cast something, and they kind of do something to him, and he instantly remembers something. And he spits in the direction of this person. He's like, I'm not going to say anything or give them up.
Correct. Yes, said that
Mm-hmm.
in like clear, straight language.
Yeah. And the figure says something, and it's almost in whispers, but layered kind of whispers of different voices. And the voice simply says, you don't have to do anything, you're just a message. And all the rogues move in and begin torturing him, ripping his feathers off with magic, absolutely destroying him. A cleric keeps him alive to prolong the suffering.
Any faces?
None, because of how they appear.
Just out of curiosity, is that zone of truth even helping? Like maybe preventing any thing from being
hidden?
You don't know. And now you take 5 points of necrotic damage.
How many?
5. And then you see that they stand over the body of the Kenku, lifeless, unbreathing, and they cast some sort of spell, and they manage to penetrate the barrier of this actual protection of this city. That they pulled some sort of strings, and they appear in the upper crest, drop his body there, and quickly use the blood to scribe the message. And each of them just disappear out of existence.
Can I get a couple investigation checks to try to remember as much detail as I possibly can so I can illustrate it?
Yep.
Okay.
Can I tell what kind of spell was used?
Arcana at disadvantage.
It's a bit of a stretch, but can I determine what these things are with divine sense?
You can certainly try. Is there anything you would like to attempt?
Try to probe my memory to see if I've seen one of the types of robes in passing in our travels before.
Wisdom.
15.
15, you struggle, but it is a kind of a combination spell that you've seen multiple wizards have to cast. You're assuming at this point that there's wizards within the shadows that are helping cast spells, and there is basically a sphere of darkness keeping them from being seen.
Okay.
24.
Okay.
Are any of these tied to celestial, fiend, or undead?
No.
Cayenne's about to rage.
I'm
With
pretty
a
sure I
6.
detect
A
evil.
6?
Yeah.
No.
Do I detect good or
I
evil?
think this whole fucking table is about to fucking flip. In
Just
rage.
pure fucking evil and intent. Such an amount of evil that it just very hot on the skin. And for the last one, you take 8 points of necrotic damage. As you're pulled back and you're thrown away from the body and you just slide a little bit on the ground.
As soon as I've got my wits about me, I immediately start illustrating.
It's
Everything
kind
I
of
saw.
the effect of a flashbang going off. You're disoriented at first. Everything's kind of a blur. Everything's echoing. You can feel the blood pumping in your ears and your heart beating a lot faster because of the situation. But you eventually start coming back, and even for the first time, Nikolai, you're kind of like,
Yeah.
roll sleight of hand at disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Cayenne's steamy.
Alufa goes over to you because she's about probably the only one that can approach you, and she offers a hand to you.
I'll take it to stand.
And she helps you up, and she lets you stand up, and she leans into you. She pulls you close, very gently. If you need to sink your nails into my arm, you
The protection of this city needs to be increased.
may. It will be. Mungo?
Mongo's kind of pissed right now.
Okay, so the Stargazer's necklace, you label it as related to your class, correlates to your class. Sleight of hand is a
Yep.
learned skill. I can use it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Probably gonna stand, reapproach the body of Correct Yes, and begin a funeral rite as I perform gentle repose. I'm rest.
You may roll a religion at that with advantage.
With advantage, you said?
Yep. So you're gonna take her up on the offer?
I'm not gonna dig my nails into her, no. I seen one of the terrible things that had been done to her. I fucking refuse. I'd rather punch Troyus. I'd rather take my chances with him.
I'm sure if you went up to him and you said, "Can I punch you?" he'd be like, "Okay," because he probably wouldn't feel it.
No, he wouldn't feel it.
Mongo?
He's still just kind of lying there, fuming.
So using
Laying
my
on
I
his-
have a lot of questions. Mongo's a little pissed right now.
You're just
Stay
laying on
on.
your back, just like chest rising and falling, very angry.
Yeah, no,
First,
it's kind of
poof.
It started out like that, but now it's just like, I'm gonna fucking kill him. Whoever the fuck they are.
So with the
They have
analyst at
just moved
27.
to public enemy
Okay.
number 1.
You do create a sketch of, I'm assuming, the lead figure.
Like as much as my memory will allow me to.
So
sketch.
a few sketches as best as
Yeah.
you can. Okay.
The sketches to the point where there's enough there that will trigger memory to actually fully illustrate it.
What was your religion?
I was a 25.
You feel a warmth wash over you, and you look up, and you see the outline, ghostly image of Correct Yes approach you, pat you on the shoulder, and walk past you. Just fades into dust, glowing spectral dust.
You will be avenged.
Got another question before we go too far. Because I can still do it because I obviously know what the number is. You've set sleight of hand for tinkering check.
Mm-hmm.
Achilles' ring will let me re-roll a tinkering check. Does that count?
If you want to push it and risk a new roll, go ahead.
I went from a 16 or 17 to a 16. Plus the 20. Yeah, I'm going to do it.
Okay. So,
I don't know. Shit, 17.
Siramir approaches.
Yeah, 26 is fine.
Siramir approaches you, and he looks down at you. He's like, and there's no emotion. He's back to when that first time you met Siramir. Like, do we do the funeral rites? With what honors do we do the funeral rites?
We will do the funeral rites.
Nikolai's completely zoned drawing these sketches.
I'll personally see to it.
Sir. And he steps away.
And I'll spend the time it takes. I'll
Yeah.
take as long as it needs.
More so what he was getting at as he get the funeral rites, the final rites as basically a normal, a upper class person, or a noble, or a royal.
He was one of the Obscura. That would make him part of the family, which would make him, by extension, noble.
As you probably sit up finally, Mongo, you see Scabbard fighting through the same issues as everybody else, but beginning to do funeral rites with clerics.
I'll try to join it.
Okay.
Nikolai's making these sketches. Unless somebody stops him, he's going to keep sketching until he's out of supplies.
Okay.
Because hopefully somebody will recognize something that he sketched down and have an idea of who it is.
Cayenne's with a loofah right now.
Hmm?
Cayenne's with a loofah right now.
Yeah. Olaf looks to you like, do you want to join your family?
Although he was a part of the Obscura with our parents, I didn't know him near as much as the rest of my siblings did.
She nods. So a few other clerics come out. They've wrapped the body to preserve it, essentially. And it's got very beautiful wrappings to it. You can tell that he's being basically honored as a noble or a royal person of the court. And they take the body off and they use magic to basically cleanse the entire area. And you see a paladin come out and another paladin come out, and they have their holy items and they begin to bless the entire area, essentially. And eventually the nobles, they lose interest and start going back to their business to discuss what they saw and things like that. And as nobles would do, this was something that they don't really often see.
So now they go back to being Gabby Gospers.
Queen comes over and she just hugs you.
Who the fuck did this?
Coin's like, we don't know. And Sirmir looks over, he's like, probably the same people that killed all my friends.
Who are they? How the fuck do those cloakworks? How do we beat them? How do we fucking kill them?
We gotta work. Eventually you do run out of supplies.
Okay. Is there a great cloak around?
Yeah.
Okay. I go over to take me to the boss, please.
The gray cloak is like, okay. And the Atreus sees you with the gray cloak, and you start to head off with the gray cloak, and you're familiar. Fuck his name.
Ace.
Ace. You're on Ace's head. He sends a bunch of royal guards with you. Like a bunch. You see like a mage, and you see like 4 actual knights and a cleric that are basically escorting you all the way down there. And you see Nikolai heading off somewhere with a gray cloak and this unit to protect him.
He's kind of single-minded right now. He's like, I'm going to give all these sketches to that dude, and I don't care how broke I have to be. He's going to give me what information he can find out about these things.
I think after doing the funeral rite, Scabbard's gonna make a vow. And speaking in Draconic, actually, just look up to the skies. Hear me, Bahamut. This day, a soul has been laid to rest, though their passing was not in peace. In the name of the Obscura, in the name of Correct Yes, in the name of those who have fallen by the hands of the wicked, I, Scavard Pearlstone, will avenge the fallen. I cannot do it alone. Please,
You hear this.
grant me your strength.
He's saying something in Draconic, but it sounds almost like a prayer. Do you speak Draconic? How about you?
Nope.
I just hear, "Rawr, I am a dragon." That's all I hear. "Rawr, I am a dragon."
Welcome to the tabletop. We We go from emotional hell to just pure comedy.
How loud is he screaming?
Oh, this
Huh?
is like
How loud is he
wow.
screaming?
This is a declaration.
He's screaming.
That I'm hearing it. I understand.
He,
what he's
he
saying,
sounds
but I
like a
know
little Mel Gibson of Braveheart. Oh my god.
It's like that angry screaming cat.
Oh my god.
Cheeseburgers and fries.
You know what, for good measure, let's say he's holding on to that that crest of Bahamut as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you see Nikolai heading off to somewhere.
I'd see the entourage be like, well, he's got someone with him.
Oh yeah, he's got like a little group.
Yeah, he's really not even aware. He's just following. His eyes are on this gray cloak that's taking him there to make sure he doesn't get him lost. He's not even paying attention. He's single-mindedly getting this master of the underworld to give him whatever information he can about these images.
What about you? I'm just picturing this really puffed up Munchkin Tabax being, I am the rage!
Sparta scream.
A little of anger.
Angry, hissy. Oh.
Coin is sitting there right next to you with her hand on your back.
No, it's just a very angry, yelling scabbard.
Oh my
This
god.
is probably the angriest you've ever seen him, actually.
And so Scav starts his new path, but in my head I'm picturing a Muppet Scav speaking his draconic prayer. Finally, the party has access to the 24-hour
Like this?
babysitting service for Nikolai.
Hey! Don't throw those. Careful.
Okay.
Yeah, please don't throw things across the table with valuable equipment.
And cats.
That's pretty great. They go here. Next to Feisty.
And he immediately leaves.
Exit stage 4. What are you doing, Mongo?
Oh,
Oh, that one got me. That one got me.
I need more spells. Where the fuck is Plume Tree?
We can put a summons for hymns.
I need to pad out my fucking spell book immediately.
Yeah. Well,
And she's like, we can put in for a summons for him so that we can work on that. Where are you going? What are you doing?
Cayenne is probably going to get a drink somewhere because her angry.
Aloof was like looking at you, and do you mention that to her that you need a drink?
I'd tell her, I was like, I either need a drink or to stab something or someone.
Aloofa just looks at you as Aloofa does, and she's like, I would offer to let you stab me, but you know my history.
I do, and that's exactly why I would never do that to you.
Let's go to Lep's pub.
Agreed.
Do you go with Cayenne or...
Yeah, there's something I gotta talk to Olaf about.
Yep, and Coin's like, you want me to go deal with Royal stuff, or join you?
I don't know.
What he means to say is, yes, we would love for you to join us.
You lady? And she says that smiling. Scabbard, you see your, you, as you do this, like, loud preaching, you notice out of the corner of your eye as you're doing it, keeping note of it, you see, probably see Nikolai, heading off with a large entourage. And you see the other siblings heading off towards Left's pub.
I'd probably help continue with the rites, and then maybe join with them.
Well, the clerics have already taken the body off to take care of the rest of it, so you're free.
Yeah, they're preparing the body for internment.
Might
Which
take
will probably
a moment
happen
for
in a
a
couple
little bit of
days.
self-reflection, but eventually we'll join
Yeah.
the rest of the family.
You guys get to Left's pub, and he looks over at you guys and he just slides a glass over to you on the house.
Thank you.
And he slides one over to you, and you look at it as it stops in front of you perfectly. Not even a drop comes out of the top, and it's just like this brown looking, and you get the whiff of the fresh chocolate in it. And eventually Scav comes walking in, and I'm assuming you go and sit with him.
Alright.
He sits down with you guys, and chocolate milk is given to him too.
Some chalky milk.
It's very much spiked chocolate milk. Warning.
No, that's fine.
And Coin just sits down, and she's like,
How much of a memory is returned from this?
you only remember him, and the times you spend with him, and the
I'm trying to
memories.
figure out what the fuck he's saying. Just, just to do some research in the library.
Find out where a fucking book is.
Yeah. You just remember all of those memories that were attached to him now.
Though annoying and obnoxious, incredibly endearing. Nikolai, his mind doesn't have time for too much. What's the word? Frivolity. There's a lot of shit that has to be done right now. So.
The chalky milk of morning.
How's everybody doing?
Coin's like, it's the first time I've seen someone actually break the city defenses like that. That required a lot of effort and planning. From what I've heard in the halls, the king is not happy. The queen is a lot less happy.
From what was seen in our vision, they were able to obscure bits of it to keep us from seeing it. And it's not the first time. It's just the same group that chased our family. And not only that, separated me from my sister.
And you see that like humorous look of Coin just disappear. And she just takes her drink and just downs the whole thing, and she's like, do you drink your chalky milk?
Nursing the shit out of it.
But into the good times with correct yes.
Is Shamir there?
No, he's having to take care of things. You can request him to be there, though. Send someone for him.
We would definitely do that. You would, losing a companion like that? Yeah.
But he may have the same mindset of Nikolai where he has to keep moving on.
Whoa, Sir Mir is a whole different beast.
Where he can't just stop and be sad about the situation. That's not going to solve anything.
It'll be more so like a, less of a request and more of like an offering of like more than welcome to join if you wish.
So you're working your way to the lower.
Mhm.
It's going to take a little bit of time because
That's
you have far to travel.
That's fine.
You can reflect on your thoughts, or you can talk to you finally notice your entourage. The rustle of their armor and gear kind of gets your attention a bit.
Oh, okay. Is Milliman Wraith with me?
She's back with the others.
Okay.
They're both back with the others,
Okay.
essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, and you guys are noticing outside of Left's pub, there are a lot of guards. And as people come to Left's pub, they're just like,
Sending them away.
and Left just is like, fuck. He's like, I guess if anybody breaks in here, they're looking for a fight at this point.
Oh, they found one.
He probably doesn't get any excitement like that.
It's like, shit. And after
So
about,
are they like turning everyone away, or are they allowing some people to come in?
they're turning everybody away like this is private. They're treating it like it's a private event, and they don't know who anybody is or how they can damage you. The only people they will allow through are basically people on your council. After about 15 minutes or so, 20 minutes goes by, the guards move aside and Sir Mir comes walking in. And he sits at the table and he just sets his sword down on the table and a few other swords. And Lev comes over and sets a drink in front of him very carefully. And Sir Mir gives him a look and he's like, drink.
How are you doing? How are you handling this?
And he just gives you this look and it's just... That's a natural 20 on the intimidation.
And now there's a little peek.
And it's like, oh, that's how you're doing.
Understand. It's, I don't know what to do.
He looks around at the table and he knows his position. And he's like, can I speak freely?
Of course.
Always.
Always.
You press forward, you go out into that world and you find out these threads and you cut them.
Cut them.
Kill them.
Burn away till there's nothing left. Burn it all. The ashes go away until nothing but forgotten memories.
And from above your head, in a very solemn voice, you hear Humphrey. And he says, this, children, I'm sorry.
His library is where we first met, so clearly you knew him.
Yep. That is very correct.
I assume you're going to help us repay their kindness.
Let me take a little play from Smiley's book. I still remember.
And for once, you get a straight response from Humphrey. He's like, yes. I knew Crier Bell.
Who?
Sir Mir looks over.
Friar Bell
Crier Bell is the name of... Correct, yes.
from the tapestry.
We knew him by a different name.
Sir Mir's like it was probably to protect him.
Who grew
But
up
no,
with
just talking to a Kenku such as him was an exercise in patience often. So the town just pretty much called him correct yes. But once you figured out how to speak with him,
Humphrey speaks up and he's like, what happened to the Obscura broke Crier Bell? He looked to find every and last one of you and bring you back home, but it drove him to madness.
so he's why we got to grow up together.
Sir Mir just kind of, sets down his cup. He's like, yeah, but his fucking books were always too fanatical for my taste. Fucking Kenku and Belly shit, way too much.
I'll be looking for that later.
When he wasn't traveling with us, he was out doing other things, fighting other adventures. It was never long. We couldn't stay home at all. We were adventurers at our soul, and being tied down was not for us. As it might not be for you as well. Cayenne looks as pissed off as her mother does.
Since we're not too far away from our kin.
As far as I know, we're the only two that actually survived. I don't remember the details. I just know that we both survived.
Okay. Seems we have some work to do. A lot of work to do.
Humphrey's like, I'm gonna call in a favor. It's gonna cost me something, but I'm gonna call it in.
Care to share any details?
Sir Mir looks over. There's like 3 cups now in the line that are empty, and he gets a 4th and he starts on it. Coin's like, yo, give me a chance to catch up. Shit.
Choice is not busy. He needs to come out drinking again.
You can summon him. He's got a lot on his plate right now, but you can pull him away.
I'm not going to summon him while he is up to his chin in
And what the
business.
fuck happened
Yeah.
by his king?
The highest wizard, the highest cleric, the highest fucking paladin, everybody's in that courtroom right now. Probably getting screamed at to a point where it's echoing.
Oh shit, I can imagine. Nikolai gets to the Great Cloak's boss, and he's actually at the castle because he was summoned to.
Oh, how Cayenne would love to be in that courtroom. And love to ask at least a few questions of her own.
Oh yeah,
Be like, yeah, I demand some answers, you know?
yeah. Humphrey's like, it's going to cost a portion of my life to call in this favor, but it's worth it.
Favor from who?
And for what?
He speaks very plainly, and he speaks to you. Kind of leans a little bit in your direction, Cayenne. Has to do with that table you saw with your parents, signing documentation.
My parents.
He's alluding to it has to do with those certain individuals of power that were sitting at that table. The Gnomish Bard, the Red Dragon, the Treant, the Paladin.
Meow.
That he's going to call in a favor, but it's going to cost a lot. Zermir just looks at each of you and is like,
There's something I'd like to do.
Burn their fucking playhouse down? Get in line.
So you eventually get down to the, you guys keep talking. You eventually get down there, go through everything.
Mhm.
Higher Lofi actually has been summoned.
Remember,
Hi.
You get there and, there is a note there that says, on a meeting, be back soon.
Got the out to lunch sign.
And there are high-ranking gray cloaks there surrounding each door to basically protect it. And you're realizing this is serious.
Brother, you remember about what I asked of you earlier about Mother's Sword?
Vaguely.
I'd like to put that into the heart of whoever did this.
Where do you head to, Nikolai?
Why'd I have to put that thought in your head?
Because, of course, the king of the underworld of the city is going to be present for something like that because he is the information broker. And if he sold information, his head's meatball is on the chopping block?
His meatballs on the chopping block.
All his appendages and every orifice of his is on the chopping block. Sound about right?
Are they about to spade and neuter their beholder?
I'm gonna turn him inside out and then cause him to explode.
Or worse yet, pinhole in reality, he's just sucked through that pinhole.
Or, you know, muddle his mind.
Turn him
Maybe
into
He's
a
a
humanoid.
beholder, it's already muddled.
That's the scary thing. What happens when you do that to a beholder?
Humphrey.
What would happen if you beholder a beholder?
Actually, there's a
What
great
happens
book
if
for
you
that.
cast a spell that drives them so crazy they go sane? Would that then drive them crazy again?
Actually crazy.
A sane beholder is actually one of the most lethal things you can throw at a party because they are completely meticulously organized.
No, cat won't throw dice on the ground. What the hell? I understand you're mad, Mongo, but calm down.
So, drinking is had.
Look at the guy that took me down there. Cool. Thank you. Kind of should have thought better.
The gray cloak just kind of shrugs.
Yeah. I was pissed. Very pissed. Couldn't think straight.
Where to now, sir? Or am I done?
You're done, thank you.
The gray cloak bows and heads off. Of course, taking his fee from your bank account.
Oh, I gave him. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. Whatever.
How much?
It's only 10 copper.
Oh.
And so,
Okay.
Is that coming out of your pocket or
If he
Okay.
takes the fee out of my bank account, then he takes the fee out of the bank account. I would have offered how much do I would have asked how much do I owe you.
Yeah, it's just 10 copper.
Give him a couple silver.
Okay.
I just need to know for the records. That's all.
Yep, he's the banker over there. Where do you head off to, Nikolai?
I go back to find my family.
After you guys have been sitting there drinking a while, plotting the demise, Humphrey, doing what he said he was going to do. Eventually, Nikolai comes back in with Ace. And you see your family there, and several cups on the table already.
Oh, I'm doing math.
Don't hurt yourself there, Manny. Two plus 5 is goblin.
behave.
Now, hold on. We should probably ask somebody if that's actually true. Goblin Goddess, is that true?
You can't. You know what's funny is you can't actually teach a goblin mathematics in my world because of their beliefs. So if they
2
put
plus sand equals eyeball.
so if you use any sort of like plus, that means it's a bigger number automatically, and you can't plus it with another number unless it's plussed as well.
Fucking what?
Exactly, 2 plus sand equals eyeball.
Fuck. What?
You take an egg plus the color purple, and then you get a treat.
Why did everything go blurry for a minute?
Goblin math. So you're eventually reunited with your family.
That.
Sparta. Sparta, Sparta.
Yeah, he just sits down, dejected.
You see him looking rejected.
Dejected.
A little puffed up like a Mungo over there.
Very disappointed.
Uncrooked tail.
No, his tail actually funk, completely flat. His tail flatlines.
I was so pissed I didn't think straight. No, dude, don't turn on the sound again by accident, please.
But yeah, you hear that from Nikolai.
We're all fuming. What happened?
Well, I wanted to take these sketches that I lay them all on the table of that vision from the Identify, and I wanted to get them to someone I think, in the very least, would have a resource of getting some information on who these people were. And the first thing I thought when I saw that gray cloak take me to the information broker. And I wanted to get them there, so information was fresh in my mind immediately.
So what did you say?
He wasn't there.
For fuck's sakes.
Yeah, I didn't think. I was so pissed, and it comes. He's probably dealing with the situation by his liege, as all the other high end like people are.
Aloof was like, correct. It's basically all hands on deck because the city was broken into.
Yes.
The city's expecting a response probably by dawn from the royal family on precautions that would be taken.
Yeah. It just, I don't like sitting around waiting to get stuff done. I had to.
Coin's like, she holds up a cup, welcome to fucking nobility. Sit around and hope things get done.
I thought the point of being a noble is to get shit done.
Oh, it gets done. Just at a cat's nap pace.
What if we were to take matters into our own hands?
Sir Mirror's like, that's what you're going to do. You're going to go travel. You're going to kill people. You're going to find things, and you're going to weed them out. And you're going to murder people to do that. You're going to find out who killed my friends, your parents. Coin's like,
Correct, yes, was our friend too.
he's looking at the sketches, and Coin gets on the table, walks over, and starts looking at the sketches as well.
When you travel with our parents, are any of these images tell you anything, Sir Mir?
Sir Mirror's like, we've dealt with too much, and excuse the language, my brain's been so fucked by spells because somebody obviously didn't want me to connect with you. It's rough.
Humphrey? Anything?
Humphrey's like, I'm busy at the moment.
Okay.
I need a way to get some more range on my spells. Anybody know how?
Range?
Aloof was like, spells come with predetermined ranges, buddy. The only way that you can get more range is perhaps go talk to Corin. See if she can get you some mage goggles.
Okay.
You know, your parents might have had things themselves. Surveyor's like, they hid things all the time. He leans forward. The parents were very... Once they started gaining traction, becoming nobles, they began placing stones around, so to speak. Secrets amongst themselves. I say that in a third-person view because I was included. Safeguarding the future, essentially, for when the time is right for each thing to be discovered by you guys. The parents knew that the enemies would eventually catch up at some point.
Sir Mir, have you ever been in, for lack of better terminology, my father's house in the tinkering shop here?
He's like, maybe I...
Would, because we know that there are secrets there.
Brother,
Have a
we're still in a public area.
yeah.
Alufa picks up, is looking at one of the sketches, and she's like, huh.
What?
I saw one of these guys, one of these cloaked figures,
Where?
just back when I was going to school before my accident.
Might need Plume Tree's help with his weird time things that he can do.
Well then,
It's called looking at the past, Scabbard. They... Oh, for fuck's sake. Was he a student? Or is he just somebody traveling?
Might have been someone just traveling. You know, as a student, obscuring your face is not permitted within the school grounds.
sort of, yeah. Well, maybe we should not be in a public place.
Should we take this back to the workshop?
Yes.
Humphrey's like, I need to go with someone to the nobility place. Alufa just reaches over. May I? She takes it and she sets it on her head and it bills up because of her horn. Just curls up. And she's like, okay. Oh, wow. An odd hat. Stop moving.
I will.
He'll be fine once he gets comfy.
I will ask Alufa to come over to my level,
She gets down to your level as best as she can.
and I will whisper to her how to get into the house and that she is invited.
She's like, okay.
Sure, here.
You see that very familiar, confused Alufa look.
I would actually like for you to join us at the house as well.
Yeah, I was going to request them to do that. Yes.
Coin?
There's some things I have to ask.
Coin's like, she just gets another drink and she's like, look, I'm just your regent and a noble. It's
Coin.
been made very clear where I stand.
Coin is, of course, welcome to come, and so are you, Wraith. Please.
Wraith is like, look, I'll be honest with you, Nikolai, you've probably had a little bit, I don't know the situation. Sorry, it's insensitive of me. I've already signed the documentation to be your regent.
Okay.
The gnome is my assistant now.
You've passed her exam?
What exam do I need to pass?
Well, I asked her to make sure that you're fully qualified.
I walked in and I just went up and signed the documentation. I told her if she didn't let me sign the documentation, she wouldn't be leaving the room. I think I passed, Nikolai. I also told her if once she was dead, they would never find the pieces of the body because they would be scattered to every wind inch of this planet.
Nikolai doesn't understand the concept of creative sportsmanship.
Wow. Alrighty, well, I guess I'm glad that you're on my side. Instead of
Better on our
against me.
side than against us.
Yeah,
I
She's
would
like-
hope so, because she would most likely think nothing less than to slit that tiny little throat of yours in your sleep.
Creative sportsmanship is simply this. You stab somebody in their kidney, twist it, pull it out, and tell them they got 10-minute head start before you finish the job.
I'm liking her tactics more. I'm not gonna fucking lie.
And you're realizing how hardcore she is.
Alrighty. So, Wraith, you're coming with then?
If you request it, sir.
Please.
Lufa,
Alufa looks over.
there originally was a matter I wanted to attend to. But it seems that might not be able to do that at the moment.
And that is...
Well, that contract in terms of the Goblin Horde. Well, I originally had intended to help with the Goblin Quarter. It seems that my attention is being drawn to something a little bit more pressing at the moment, unfortunately. Is there any way we can take care of this through the courts?
Odd. The Goblin Court is kind of just the Goblin Court. Sir, yes, I can look into it and deliver it to Kippa so she can help look into it. Mind you, your house overall is in a pretty questionable state right now because of the events that have been delivered to us. But it's okay. They won't kick you out. They'll keep protecting you. They just have questions for those people that are supposed to safeguard things.
There's something else I wanted to ask.
Oh,
If you get some free time, possibly at night, I don't quite know how that works.
you're adorable, but I'm not going on a date with you.
What? No.
It was a joke, Blanca. Coin's like, I hope it's your oh. What are you giving me?
Sure.
And Love's like, the Tabaxi special.
No. The fuck, what was the name of it? Celestial.
Oh, yeah.
I was wondering if you could show me, because I have a feeling I'm gonna need every fucking trick in the book.
Yeah, I can attempt to show you. Like I said, it's not what you do. I can't do what you do, no matter how much I study.
Yeah. But I don't know if I can do what you can do until I try. But I've only learned kind of the one way, so I don't know if I can do
Mongo.
it another.
If your parents are anything to scoff at, you're destined for greatness, and you'll get there someday. You just need the catalyst to do that, and I think it just happened. Not to be rude.
Did you just make a feline-themed pun?
Well, she just
Catalyst?
tips the hat a little bit and heads out.
Playing to the strengths. Alright.
So you head back to the home.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird for you guys because they basically triple up on the guard duty with you. You're traveling with 3 mages, 3 clerics, 3 paladins, and like 12 fighters. Knights, essentially.
Jesus Christ.
And people are just like... The Tinkerers Guild's like... The headmaster comes out, Dad, we did not blow anything. Oh. And the guard's like, I'm stepping aside.
Go into the house.
And it's like, the lead guard's like, find a spot, stand. So there's all these guards basically standing around the Tinkerers Guild itself. You can't dismiss them. They were issued by the noble family.
By the royal family of the city, huh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we have no control.
Bring them in? Wouldn't that be like awkward for these poor people that run this place?
There would not be enough room for all of them.
Coin's like, it's their job.
Let them stay outside for right now.
Okay.
Let them do their thing.
Yeah.
I mean, offer food and drink, maybe.
Coin's like, they wouldn't be able to accept it. They're royal guards. Their job is literally to escort you guys around and stand there and look intimidating. And kill anything that tries to kill you.
Are they going to prevent people from coming in here and doing business?
They know who you people are in your circle and they can come and go. Or you talk about the Tinkers.
The Tinkerers Guild.
No,
Oh,
of
okay.
course not. They're only protecting you. Why would they protect the Tinkers Guild?
They wouldn't let anybody into the left pub.
How many exits are there, Nikolai?
I don't know. Went in and out the one.
And Ray's like, it's a round building that's open in all directions. Why would they not stand around the building and tell people to fuck off? It's simple, Nikolai.
My mind is cloudy. Sorry.
She looks over at Coin, and Coin's like, I didn't give him shit.
Come on in, guys.
So you're able to go in, get settled in.
Get the map. Start checking all of them.
Ray's like, what are you doing?
Ooh, the one that's in the ceiling.
We're going to check all of them.
So you spend the better part of several hours.
Check using that
We're going through
stone.
every fucking room.
Go through
every
every fucking room.
dot.
Every fucking dot. Yep.
Oh yeah. Can I get some help later with that.
Yeah, you eventually do see the sword he's talking about, and it is massive, probably bigger than Sir Mir, standing up all the way.
Fuck.
It belonged to Mother.
When we get to that room, I'll work on it.
It's like you might need to bring.
Sir Mir's with us, so.
Yeah, Sir Mir's like, He's like, your centaur friend there, the big one. He might be able to move that.
Noodle,
Noodle is like, he just perks up.
you've spent more time in these places than any of us. You got any ideas? I saw how you did the moving the stones thing. You got something like that?
Noodle's like, let's see if Noodle actually does anything. Nope. You just see like a little bit of smoke come out of his ears.
Worth a shot.
His eyes just go blank.
The one room he wasn't allowed into.
Yeah. Check every one of those points.
Yeah, eventually you have the dining room table is covered with all of these various objects, and you're seeing that each of them is locked individually.
They hid the fucking lock boxes. Alright, that's fair.
So they hid. Okay, so these are just lock boxes
With things in them.
with things in them. Alrighty then.
Sir Mir picks up his sword. He brings it down onto one of them, and you see the sword hit. And you see the sword fracture all the way through it. And a tiny little chip just come off the box. And he just
I didn't
looks
think
at,
that. Yeah.
he looks at his sword, and he looks at the box like, okay,
That's some powerful mojo there.
that was a natural 20.
Start working on opening up the boxes. Figure out how to open up the boxes.
Fix the sword.
He's like, I blame your dad for that.
I mean, my parents were kind of the reasoning for the map to hide all the stuff in the first place.
Your dad was obsessed with structural integrity and being able to survive.
If anybody could
His
fucking-
father encouraged it.
Look, if anybody was going to be able to test the structural integrity of something that his fucking crazy ass father built, it'd be your dad.
Where's Millum right now? You think that she'd be all over these?
She's with
I would imagine.
She was never summoned. She's with the rest of the nobles.
I thought she was. You said she was with us.
Mm-mm.
I guess I tried to pick the fucking lock.
Millum is not there. Only Coin and Wraith is with you.
Oh.
Sunny isn't even there?
No.
Hmm?
They're with the other nobles because you guys were out solo by yourselves while they were actually dealing with things.
Yeah.
So they and Osling is there as well. She's
Yeah,
not with you guys.
Osling's doing all the noble stuff.
Okay.
The other siblings know nothing about what happened except for what they could see. So they don't know any of the details. They're not being told anything until they're permitted to be told anything.
Okay.
They're completely in the dark right now, except for they have to handle this. They'll tell you what happened later.
They'll tell us what they know. Yeah. Because they'll end up knowing more than we will, on one side of the.
Roll
Dale.
those sleight of paw.
Yeah, we'll start working on these boxes. Grab a box and
Grab one that
figure out how
was
to
in
open
the
it.
parents'
I'll
room.
go ahead and help with my tinkering skills.
How many boxes were there?
I'll take it.
There are 12.
12?
19.
19? I'm not going to let you waste that 19. You can use it for the next thing.
Okay.
You pick up the one that was in your parents' room, and it's not a very thick box. And you hear it click. And you just are able to slide it open, and there is a single sheet of parchment in there that's rolled up.
Yeah, taking the parchment out and looking it over to not activate anything, just to find out what exactly it is.
Don't have to. The one that was in your parents' room, it's the same thing. Just by you picking it up, it unlocks.
Oh,
And that happens to each of you.
okay. Okay, cool. Let's see what's in there.
Look it over.
You each have a parchment in that paper.
Okay.
Parchment inside the lockbox.
Inside the box. Okay.
Mhm.
Open it up and see what is on the parchment.
Yeah.
Mongo, you look at yours, and it's a letter from your parents. And it says, child or children? And you see it's written out, like crossed out, kids.
Kids.
And it's in your mom's writing.
That was your dad for a sec. No, he's a bard. He wouldn't have done that.
And it's like, there's a lot of responsibility for you to become a good bard or a good wizard. And you see underneath that, or sorcerer.
Horse sorcerer.
And then you see on the side, there's a line there that goes to the side. Natural smartass. We hope this letter never finds you and that we can actually tell you in person. But if this letter finds you, we're gone. And it's up for you to find your path forward, but things are there for you to find in the open. We've made sure of that. Good luck. Love your parents.
Yeah, things are there in the open and going back in the room and trying to figure it out.
You see him just walk off. And you look at yours, Nikolai, you open it up. And you see it's just like, there's 3 dots at the top.
Uh-huh.
And then there's like, and you're just looking at the parchment and it simply starts with, you are a calculated statistical opportunity. If there are multiple you, the opportunity is better and the statistics are higher. Congratulations, you are the next in line of our lineage, and we are probably deleted from this world. And you see a line through that, and you see written in very like rough writing, and you can tell it's your mom's writing. We're probably dead.
No mixing messages there. Fuck. Not exactly the gift of metaphors, your folks, are they?
We're probably dead.
And you see the next part says, this is a natural process. Everything eventually comes to the end of their life cycle and ceases to be. All operations cease to exist, whether cut short or naturally. Preferably unnaturally, so it's exciting.
It's like, yeah, true.
So I'm thinking his mother put all the sugar in the recipes because there's no sweetness there.
There's no sugarcoating that one.
And it gets,
Straight
and you
to
see
the point.
another note underneath that that's written in on the same haphazard writing of like, dear gods, he's hopeless. And you see, rude.
They never finished the notes.
And
They're making notes on their notes to their kids just to let them know, hey, we're fucking dead.
We're dead.
it continues on. If you are statistically as smart as me or your mother, you will be able to solve the mysteries that we have left behind and gain equipment and funds and other resources to help your endeavor. If not, well, you are a failure of my blood, and I hope you die a painful death.
Whoa. Your dad's a dick, dude!
Damn.
And you see along the side of like, he doesn't mean that.
I'm trying to think, and he does! God damn!
It's like, oh, I made this. Did you succeed in life? No. Okay, you're a failure. Bye.
Bye.
Then it's like, congratulations. Substance that has carried on our genome in your endeavor. If you are a success and you solve the puzzle, congratulations. If not, I wish you luck in your death. And you see under that, we love you, good luck, Rurik. And you see it just scribble off into her signature. And you see actually there, and you look at it, there's a recipe there for essentially gumdrops
No.
of various flavors.
Okay.
Your parents are very straight to the point. You can see that your mom is very, like, he doesn't mean that. It's okay.
His mom is Rurik's filter.
Yours is all written in Druidic and Sylvan. And it's made of a beautiful piece of, like, parchment. And you feel it in your fingers, and you're like, you get the feeling that your parents actually made this paper, that they didn't go buy parchment, that they made their own paper.
Hippies.
Huh?
Cayenne got completely obliterated from their stash. I
We're
think
hippie?
beyond hippie.
And your letter from your parents is, we're not going to mince words, we're probably dead. It's okay. It's how we're meant to go out. And it's like, you're just that first line is like, okay, well, apparently they don't mince words. And your mother, you can see it's in your mother's writing, most of it. Your dad's writing is very rough. Like, it's hard for him to put a normal sentence down on paper.
It's like taking a pen and just holding it.
Yeah, or a crayon. Like, he
Oh,
doesn't.
that's not right. Wait.
Yep. And it's actually very thoughtful. It's like, I have no idea of how many children I will bear. Each one is a blessing from the nature. I thought all the things that I did throughout my life were the greatest things, but having children is obviously the best thing that I've done. Unfortunately, the burden is upon you to carry my legacy forward, but I want you to do it in your own way. If you choose to forego the path that I did, I wish you the best. If you decide to just become a drunkard and murder things, as your father puts it, so be it. We're not here to define your path. You're a leaf on the wind, and you will find your way forward. But know that we will always be watching over you. And it's just signed by your parents.
Hard hitting in the beginning, gentle in the end.
In a strong attempt to give you no pressure.
Cayenne already had pressure before the rest of y'all did.
Scabbard, you open up yours, and you look at it, and at the very bottom you already see the crest of your family there. And you actually see you look at it at an angle a little bit, and you can see that there's some blood splattered across it. And you can assume that your parents tend to be a little rough at times because of how you know how your parents met each other. So that they might have argued over this letter a little bit about things.
Probably explains the sword.
No, that's just foreplay.
I'm going to smash you to start. And the letter you're looking at is, it's like, you see it start with son, daughter, son and daughter, daughter, and you see it just crossed out, child, question mark. And then you see that crossed out, and underneath it says lineage. And you see a note next to that that's written in Kobold that says, I hate that term. By obviously your father wrote that in.
Fucking hilarious.
Hey, combination of our DNA.
Well, you don't know with the kobold what you're going to get.
Yeah.
So they're just like, what do we put on here? Roy just doesn't fucking care. And it's like, well, sorry, but you're fucked. You're a king. Not really a king, you're an emperor. There ain't no getting around that burden. The only burden you're going to have to deal with is figuring out the work-life balance and adventuring, because adventuring's in your genes. There's secrets everywhere that we placed. Every single one of us had our hand in it. And that will help you on your path forward. P.S. Please find a woman that can keep you in line, because you're an unruly little shit if you're anything like me.
Well, he did find Kippa, so...
Know that we love you, we cherish you, and that we're watching for Bahamut's grace. And then you just see it signed by your parents.
Back up. On the way. Okay.
Start going through all the other items after some time.
You'll get a chance to go through those. So, you hear a knock at the door.
Go to the door.
Spin
Alufa.
around, claws out.
Claws out. Alufa is there.
You can come in
She's like, you've been summoned.
again.
Don't worry, nobody's dead. Sorry. Nobody's dead. It's okay. She doesn't have Humphrey with her. He's not there.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, we've been summoned, guys. Let's go.
Roll the note up, put it in the pocket.
Yep.
You can show Sonny later.
Yep. Exactly the same thing.
Good. Yeah, you're like, how do I explain this to my sister that, hey, guess what? You're just a statistic.
He'd probably fucking agree with it.
It makes sense. Nikolai understands where it's coming from.
So you head back up to the upper crest. And, you... Let's see. This is one you have to agree on. This is a hard one. High or low?
I always say hi because
Hi.
Hi.
Let's get high.
can't see.
I cannot read that from there.
Is that a 2?
That's a natural 20.
Okay.
So you're
I
partially
guess
right.
we got high.
I
Is
could
this a
barely
good
read
high
it.
or bad high?
They need to those numbers need to be repainted. That was hard to see.
If you're up close, you can read it, but if you're like any distance away, it's like,
Yeah, all I saw was like 2.
try reading that one from far away.
Nope.
Yeah, some of your dice just look like hard candy.
Oh,
no.
Yeah, my cat's
Yes.
eye and these ones, they're very hard to read.
Oh, yeah.
So, you guys are kind of like probably on edge about going back up to the top, having to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And Alufa just walks ahead of you. She stretches a little bit, and she's like, "Don't worry, it's okay. Nothing bad is going to happen, but none of us are permitted within this meeting. It's only you guys, the children.
Okay.
Okay.
Nobody else is permitted in there. It's just literally the children are allowed in there."
Okay. Any idea what's going on?
It's like Humphrey called in a favor.
Oh. Damn. Okay.
And music's probably not helping. It's okay.
It works.
So you head through, and those where you've been before to go into the various meeting areas, and you head much deeper into this place, and you realize you're heading into the actual mountain itself that this castle is built upon. And you're passing through, and you actually pass this hall section where you can see the wall has been carved away. And you're just seeing that there's this large set of double doors that are pushed back and slid into the walls. And you're just walking, and they're a good, at least 30 feet thick.
Damn.
Good lord.
That this is a stronghold point. If you need to fall back,
This is where you go.
That's thick enough for nuclear fallout shit.
they're at least 30 feet thick, and you're seeing various kinds of metals. They're laid within the actual walls and the fences.
Big stretchy kitty.
And you head into this area, and there's only sconces along the wall lighting the way. It's much dimmer. And you head down a hallway on the right, and all of your footsteps are echoing. Even your soft footprints are echoing throughout the hall. And you get to these large double doors. And off to one of the side rooms that's actually open, you see the various people of the your council there. All
Yeah,
of them
our
are
councils, yeah.
gathered. And on the other side is a food service, and you see guards are posted all along this hallway, like dozens of guards, even guards you've never seen before. They're wearing a vibrant red. A few of the guards you recognize are the ones actually from that vision you had from your parents signing the documentation. Those really powerful guards that
Oh,
are there
shit.
as well. And Alufa's like, got one in.
Okay.
Head in. I assume Feisty's not even allowed to be here, huh? I didn't think so.
You,
What about Ace? I mean,
Doodle.
nobody. It's just the children.
okay. Ace, buddy. You gotta stay here.
You don't have to stay here, Feisty. It's okay.
And you head through those doors into what feels like a darkened chamber. And you're reunited with your family, and Osling's like, what did we do?
You did nothing.
We were born.
And she looks over. Fair. And you head through a small area, like a small opening area, into another room. And these doors close behind you, and they so heavy, like they echo, and it just kind of makes you jump a little bit. Those that are a bit more skittish. It's like these massive, thick doors. They opened on their own because you couldn't even push them open, even if you wanted to.
Yeah.
And you go into this chamber, and you see essentially a curved, moon-shaped table. It's curved towards you guys. And this large, beautiful red dragon walks out. And,
Like
she,
full quadruped dragon or like the Anthromo humanoid?
full quadruped. And this is a...
Oh shit.
So
And
like the one on the DM screen.
larger, bigger, more ancient, with all these things hanging from the horns and absolutely decorated beautifully. And she comes forward, and she just drops Humphrey on the table. And she speaks. I'm going to answer the questions that I can answer.
What is this going to cost us?
It's already cost you. And her voice has such a low roar to it that every time she speaks, it just causes the ground to almost shake. And every time she just breathes in your direction, it's just like, ooh, I'm in front of a fucking furnace.
Are we being affected by, the typical ancient dragon fear aura? No?
No.
Wow, that's freaky. Can they just turn that shit on and off? Okay.
And to end tonight's session, the dragon looks forward and says, I was there when Ithos died. And that's it for tonight.
Shit.
Oh boy, there's gonna be some big answers coming next session.
Damn. Holy crap.
So that's it for this session. Hope it was an okay session.
It was pretty intense at the end there. Jesus.
We thank everybody for tuning in and joining us for this roller coaster. And we will see you next week because it's going to drop off into the loop-de-loops.
Jesus.
Get ready to go out on adventure because you guys got names on the list.
Yeah.
We want to thank everybody for
Hopefully we
tuning
get
in,
more.
joining us. We hope you enjoyed the session. And we'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Feel free to tell
everybody.
people about us.
Yeah, jump on our Discord. We'll discuss the session and post-mortem.
Share with others, and yeah.
Theorize about what fucking song Mongo butchered.